of EXCO and former members of EXCO, all CEOs that are present and representing various public enterprises. Mr. Denver Kisting will be our moderator. Members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Felix Musugubili. I'm the Commissioner at National Youth Service. I'm a member of the Public Enterprises Executive Committee, and my membership is by adoption because most of you may be wondering, but when we did the election, his name was not there. But I think after impressive hosting of the 2022, they realized that we need Felix whether we like it or not. Unfortunately, I could not attend this year's activities because I was on equally assigned important activities. I'll be directing the proceedings. Now, please bear with me. It is my first time that I direct proceedings at this level. It's because my chairperson decided I will do that in as much as I traveled and I arrived last night. From my background as a police and the colleagues who were in the police, when you are assigned, you cannot say no. You first execute the duties, and then you call a meeting and say, but that assignment, possibly. So I'll need your courage and support. So please bear with me. I would like to take you through the program so that we see what we have lined up for the morning. We are going to have our welcoming remarks by Ms. Rebecca Kakololo. Rebecca Kakololo is our acting executive director of NIPAM, who is also our host. That will be followed by giving a background of the public enterprises, which will be done by, I should call her our veteran. She really succeeded very, very well when she took over from Dr. Mate. Dr. Mate was the founding chairperson of the forum. And then, no, I'm confusing. I'm looking at Rosalia instead. So it will be done by Kapena. Kapena is a former member of the CEO EXCO committee, which I think she served up to last year. That will be then followed by Mr. Flaxman. Mr. Flaxman is our chairperson of the forum, and she took over from Rosalia. Rosalia took over from Dr. Mate, who is the founder of the forum. That will then be followed by a panel discussion where we are going to look at the role of public enterprises in accelerating socio-economic development. That panel will be facilitated by Denver Kisting, and I will read his profile before he comes. So the panelists will be consisting of Conrad Lutombi, the CEO of Roads Authority, Ali Ipinge, the CEO of Road Fund Administration, and then Mr. Elias Mwenyo, who is the Executive Commercial for Namport, and then Desmond, Chief Executive Officer, Transnamib, I think he's new, we'll welcome him on board, or we have already done that. And then Hippie Chivikwa, the CEO of Walshberg Corridor Group. So that will then be followed by another discussion. The discussion will look at the effective approaches on how we can adopt a winning strategy to attain food security and support the relevant, from the relevant public enterprises. As you are all aware, we are facing a serious drought this year, and how can we leverage on the food security that we have? So that will be also moderated by Denver Kisting. The panelists will be Mr. Lukonga, interim CEO of NIDA, Pesimui Misika, who is also an acting, I don't know why we have so many actings, acting managing director, agronomic board, agro marketing and trade agency. Then Fidelis Mwazi, agronomic board of Namibia, the ED of agriculture, Comrade Ndiakupi, and then Dr. Penny Hiwilepo, food scientist at the University of Namibia, and Professor Anshia Peters, who is the CEO of the Research Commission. Then we will take a break. Number 6 would have then fallen off because we agreed that, in protocol, if your minister makes a statement, you don't have to also make more statements. So she will supplement the minister's discussion. So Louise will participate in both the panels, panel 1 and also panel 2. She will also be there. That will then be followed by the highlights and the role of an effective board of public enterprises by Madam Nangula Hamnyela. I worked for Namport before, and she was my board member at the time, and now she's the chairperson there. And then Honorable Shimi will come to the podium to give us an overview of Namibia macroeconomic performance and global perspective and stakeholder experience in terms of our contribution as public enterprises to recover the economy. Then there will be a panel discussion. After the panel discussion, or discussion by all in terms of engaging, that will be followed on how public enterprises can be reformed to effectively support economic revolution in Namibia. This will be led by Her Excellency, the Vice President. And then Rosalia will then give the vote of thanks. We'll close off with the singing. If I'll get announcements, I will do the announcements before we close, and then a group photo and refreshment. So this is our very packed program. You will notice that we are supposed to end at 12:45. So when we cut you, please don't blame us. So we'll give you the time allocation so that your panel is going to be within the time allocated. With these few remarks, can I please then invite Rebecca Kakololo, the acting director of NIPAM, to come and do the welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings, Dr. Felix Musukubili. Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Ipumbushimi, Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises, Madam Diakupi Hitwamata, the Executive Director in the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Rural Land Reform, Madam Shihwameni, Deputy Executive Director in the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises, Chairpersons of Boards of Directors of Public Enterprises, Chief Executive Officers of Public Enterprises, Madam Nangula Hamnyela, the Chairperson of Namport Board, and also Chairperson of the Forum for Chairpersons of Public Enterprises Board of Directors, Mr. Flaxman Samuel, the Chairperson of Public Enterprises CEO Forum, members of the Executive Committee of the Public Enterprises CEO Forum, senior government officials, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is with profound honor and humility that I extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you to this esteemed Public Enterprises CEO Forum, a higher level business engagement with our shareholders' representatives. Your presence here today speaks volumes about your dedication to advancing the pivotal role public enterprise play in driving the socio-economic development of our nation. As leaders within our respective public enterprises, our vision, expertise, and unwavering commitment are instrumental in shaping the future trajectory of our organizations and the sectors the sectors that we serve. Together, entrusted by our shareholder, we bear the crucial responsibility of fostering innovation, ensuring sustainability, and delivering impactful outcomes that benefit our broader society. Today, as we convene to deliberate on the factors that accelerate socio-economic development and adopt winning strategies to attain our national development goals, the question arises, how can public enterprises and specifically institutions like NIPAM contribute. Being mandated with building capacity in the public sector through training, consultancy, operational research, and capacity evaluation, NIPAM stands ready to support the objectives of the Public Enterprises CEO Forum. These objectives of the Public Enterprise CEO Forum ranges from promoting synergies and best practices in business efficiencies, turnaround strategies, to formulating strategic and business plans and reinforcing corporate governance, as well as promoting capacity development of members with particular emphasis on broadening of skills and also competencies that are essential for effective governance and the sustainable management of our public enterprises. NIPAM has already made significant contributions to several public enterprises. This has been done through the development of integrated strategic business plans and annual and business and financial plans. Of these institutions, we can talk of ECB, the CRAN, the NQA, NSI, and NIEB, amongst others. The Institute has also excelled in terms of performance management consultancy, as well as leadership and change management training. Just bear with me. Looking ahead, NIPAM is set to add a new initiatives such as agile leadership and future-ready leaders for the 21st century in terms of its leadership programs, as well as executive and management coaching to its bouquet of offerings. Having said that, once again, I do extend my warmest welcome to each esteemed member of this high-level business engagement with our shareholder representatives. Together, let us embark on this journey with optimism, determination, and a shared commitment to effectively support economic revolution of our country for the greater benefit of our people. With that, I do thank you.
Thank you, colleague, Madam Kakololo, for now having welcomed us. The next speaker on the program is Ms. Kapena Chombonde. Ms. Kapena Chombonde was a former member of the EXCO. This session is very important to the colleagues who are not participating in the forum. You know, we ran a data or a statistics. We are over 80 public enterprises in the country. But the active members, the last data showed that we were at 34, 35. Even the participation at the AGM, the sporting activities, at most we are 34, 35. So it gives us an opportunity to understand why did we create the Public Enterprises Forum, what is our purpose, what is the objectives that we want to achieve, so that the ones that are still on the bay, they could equally get on board and appreciate the synergies that we benefit from this forum. Please allow me to invite Kapena Chombonde to come and deliver her speech.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Commissioner Say, I didn't know this was a marketing pitch. I thought I'll just brief the congregation on the objectives of the forum. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, pardon me. Honorable Ipumbushimi, please permit me to stand on the protocol that has been established, considering that we have a limited time to engage so that we leave the best for last. I greet you this morning as I am tasked to deliver remarks on the background of the Public Enterprises CEO Forum. On the 9th of February 2024, the forum turned 7 years. It has been coming on. Time flies so fast. Resonating the forum with the developmental milestones of a child at 7 years, the child would have passed a couple of stages from newborn, learning to smile, to infant, learning to crawl, to toddler, learning to walk, to preschooler, learning to use a tricycle. At 7, the child is in school, becoming somewhat independent. That is the forum today. The forum traversed all these stages since its inception, as it was incorporated on the 9th of February 2017 as a non-profit association under Section 21 of the Companies Act of 2004. Director of Proceedings, behind these developmental phases was a critical thought process that conceptualized this forum and nurtured it to be the body that brought us all today together. The big question, therefore, is, why was this forum established? The forum was created to serve as a network, as a networking platform for public enterprises. It was created to create a platform for public enterprises to benchmark on best practices and to transfer skills to one another. It was established to be a structured, collective voice in engaging with shareholders through the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises, to create an opportunity for public enterprises to give inputs to legislation and national policies. The forum ordinarily is managed by an executive committee. Commissioner spoke about that. I'm a former member. The members are normally, the executive committee consists of 7 serving CEOs, and they serve a defined term. Director of Proceedings, allow me to take leave and to enlist the principal objects in accordance with the recently reviewed constitution of the forum. The principal objects of the forum are to promote cooperation, dialogue, assistance, and best practices amongst public enterprises in order to enhance the performance, efficiency, and accountability of public enterprises, to promote and facilitate preferred procurement and business partnership amongst public enterprises as it relates to their business goals and to meet national developmental goals as per Vision 2030, to promote cooperation, dialogue, assistance, and best practices amongst public enterprises as it relates to policies, laws, regulations, guidelines, directives, and frameworks that impacts public enterprises in general, but also specific to the industry. One of the objects is also to promote, develop, and encourage cooperation between public enterprises in order to promote uniformity, establish business value-adding building blocks for each public enterprise in the advancement of social and economic development of Namibia, to liaise with government to facilitate the inclusion of public enterprises at various fora in the drafting and adoption of national policies, the national budget allocation, Honorable Shimi, etc. With this brief, Your Excellency, I want to confirm that this forum was formulated with the view that public enterprises are catalysts, are ready. Public enterprises are geared up to transform the Namibian landscape, and yes, we can. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now the colleagues have appreciation of the purpose and our objectives as a forum. And there is nothing wrong to mark it because it is our forum. And everybody within these limits, they are either directors, CEOs, or employees of public enterprises. So we encourage you, now that you have heard our mandate, you know, cooperation is very, very good. And trust me, for the ones that are participating, you just dial, can I have A, B, C, D? Can I get guidance? Best practices, you can't operate in isolation. I mean, we all serve one purpose. And we have learned that best practices, when you benchmark them, I think you operate very efficiently and effectively. I think one thing that she mentioned, we have a constitution that was adopted, and that is our guiding instrument. We are currently finalizing the strategic plan for the forum. We should have launched it at the last AGM, but because of some technicalities, we are in a process of finalizing it. It is done by me, the last speaker, plus the other colleagues who may not be here. So now, I want to invite the chairperson of the forum. And as it was said, the term of the executive committee, it's limited, I think, to 3 years? 2 years. So every 2 years, we elect a new committee, and we rotate different industries. I see Ali here. He was part of the executive committee. And I'm fortunate because I was adopted to be part of that committee. So maybe at the next election, you will elect me to be a substantive, to be a substantive member of I'm not campaigning already. I'm just making a statement. No, I'm not campaigning. So this forum has really gone from, you know, from infancy stage, as it was said, to now fully fledged. You can see we have the VP in our midst. We should have had this engagement at Ondangwa, but by reason of other engagements, it could not happen. So we said, let's have this engagement here in Windhoek where we are able to attract all the CEOs. So I now want to invite the chairperson to do the welcoming remarks. Then we can start to get into the debates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for inviting me to the podium. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, and also the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance and Public Enterprises, Madam Nangula Namunyela, who's the chairperson of the Namibia Ports Authority Board of Directors. And at the same time, she chairs the Forum for Chairpersons of Board of Directors of Public Enterprises. And I would like to request your indulgence to say, may I acknowledge all protocol. Indeed, I am truly humbled to be asked to say a few words as we now meet. I would like to start by appreciating the presence of the leadership that is here of the country, the presence of the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and our Minister responsible for public industry, public enterprises sector. I think it's a demonstration that our leaders care They are ready to listen to us. They are ready to engage. And this is very good, and I think we need to give them a round of applause. "48 hours ago, I wrote a letter, a get well soon letter to the Right Honorable Prime Minister on behalf of the forum, and to wish her well, speedy recovery, and to return to productive life of public service. We need to keep her in our prayers. We also reach out to the MD of Namibia Wildlife Resort, who fell victim of criminality. We need to keep him in our prayer. Your Excellency, the idea of establishing this forum, as it was well explained by my sister Kapena, indeed it was in this very room, 2017, when Professor Jude Disho, who was then the executive director of NIPAM, invited us in this room. Not many of the people in this room were here. And he told us that, look, we have one shareholder, which is the government of the Republic of Namibia. We have been given responsibilities to contribute towards the Namibia we want. Yet, there is no forum where we collaborate. As they say, the rest is history. He became the interim chairperson of a committee to drive the culmination of the forum. As it was alluded to, we are registered with one of our own, BIPA, as a non-profit making entity. Then we had a AGM. Living in a democratic state, you can only ascend to power when you have the legitimacy and the support of others. So we had the AGM. Then the then CEO of New Era, Dr. Audrey Mate, became the first substantive chair, deputized by my sister Rosalia, CEO MVA Fund. Later on, Madam Rosalia then took over as the substantive chair through elections, and I had the privilege to deputize Rosalia Martins Ausiku. She only served one term. Then Ims Molunga, who was then the MD at NAMCOR, took over, and I was asked to deputize Mr. Molunga. Last year, when we had our AGM on the outskirts of Grootfontein, at Rietfontein, we couldn't finish all the business of the day. The discussions were then referred to Droombos in Windhoek, here on the outskirts of the capital city, Windhoek. We had the AGM, those of you who may be there, where I was confirmed as a chair, deputized by Vivian Kashiongwa, the CEO of BIPA, yes, BIPA, who is currently on an international mission representing the country. He is recently elected vice president to serve on an international body in her space of international business international business properties and so on. Recently, Vice President, we also had the CEO of Namibia, who has been elected to chair the Africa region. These are exciting and welcoming appointments because CEOs continue to represent the country. The same also with Stanley Ndara, who is also taking care of SADC in terms of the space. So I have to highlight this because it's very important, and that's the leadership that they are providing and to represent our beautiful country to the rest of the world. Can we give them a round of applause? Yes, this forum is very critical. I would like to encourage those members who are not yet participating, those who are not active, those who have not paid their membership fees, please do so without any hesitation. Yes. Please do so. You are only missing a lot. Please do so. Our administrator is here. Please do so without any hesitation. You will only gain by being a member of this forum. I must say, before we created this entity, this forum, it is true, as the MC said, that we didn't know each other as we now do. It's very easy to take up just a call anyone to come to my rescue, or vice versa. We didn't even know what are the mandates of various entities. Some people even have some people have no understanding what is NAMPOT, a very important company for the economy. They thought maybe it's a shipping agent. But among other things, NAMPOT is responsible for facilitating trade. It's an enabler for economic development. So this forum has made it possible so that there are heightened understanding on the work that we have to do for this country. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going just to give you a reflection about the journey of public enterprises in Namibia. But I want to assure you we are in a better space now than we were. And I think this will be confirmed by other speakers when they come. But of course, there are challenges like any other sectors. There are challenges. I will just run through some of them. Challenges that has been brought to the attention of the EXCO, of course, is issues about public procurement. There are some issues. There are also challenges in terms of what appears to be government position to bar CEOs not to serve on public enterprises. We're not going to discuss these things today. It's for another day. In fact, 2 or 3 months from now on, all CEOs, we need to get together to get some kind of a team building exercise and to interrogate these issues, arrive at conclusions, produce some documents, at an appropriate time, through appropriate channels, engage our leadership to overcome these things. There are also issues about classification of public enterprises. There are issues, but we're not going to discuss today. I'm just highlighting it, because this has implication also on the remuneration of executive officials. We're not going to discuss today. Just take note. There are issues about compliance in terms of the public, in terms of the Public Enterprises Governance Act, PEGA. And there are also issues about funding model of public enterprises. We are not going to discuss today. Ready yourself when you are called to engage so that you can have a well-structured engagement so that we work nicely and engage our leadership to overcome some of these things. Now, let me assure Your Excellency that we would like to reflect today on the issue about what is the role of a public enterprises in a development state such as ours. These are very critical issues. We shall also deliberate in terms of service deliveries and how best public enterprises can be positioned to make positive impact to the economy and to society. This is a very critical issue. We're going to zoom in into these things. Now, this forum, aided by the current generation of CEOs and MDs, is driving a narrative to ensure we position the public enterprises sector, which is efficient, professional, responsive, and impactful to society. I would like to repeat that the current executive committee that you have elected is driving a narrative to transform public enterprises to become efficient, professional, responsive, and impactful to society. It is our strong view that this is the most opportune time to elevate the nature of engagements given the high level of commitments by the current generation of CEOs of public enterprises to assist government succeeds in the effective implementation of its national development programs through strategic work performed by the public enterprises. I should point out that the journey of transformation of our public enterprises has been encouraging, as this caliber of men and women gathered in this room, the current generation of CEOs of public enterprises, is committed to set the bar very high. And you will hear from me when I'm referring to the current generation of public enterprises is truly committed to transform the public enterprises. You and I, we have all what it takes to transform. It's not going to be the business of Minister Shimi. It's you and I. Not over a regulation, you and I must transform. That's the point I'm making here. Now, what I'm going to say now, I'm not going to scare you. I'm going to tell you the truth and the facts. The journey of public enterprises in Namibia, of course, has not only always been positive. We went through troubled waters, and we have only ourselves to blame. When I say ourselves, I mean the board and executive management, not the government. Why I'm saying so? It is a known fact that the past has painted a gloomy picture about state-owned enterprises. We do have a background which characterizes our journey. In other words, our sector was viewed by the general public as being ineffective, failing on service delivery. We went through the phase where state-owned enterprises sector was known as a liability to the fiscus and exist only for bailouts and therefore represent a significant burden to government budgets. These are the perception out there of this sector by the public. We have observed also in fights. So I say I'm not going to scare anyone. We have observed in fights between boards and CEOs. Boardrooms are there to discuss strategic direction of entities where we are asked to serve and represent. But some boardrooms have been turned into war zones. We know. This is a reality. I'm not scaring anyone. I'm talking about the phase under which we have been going. In fact, the print media has been keeping their cameras and their journalists in the boardroom to zoom in to fish out these negative stories. Now, we have also seen this ongoing fight culminating in extended suspension of CEOs. We have seen it. When that happens, there is a leadership vacuum at that particular entity. It has happened in our sector. There's nothing that we can deny. It has happened. So when you have a leadership vacuum, what happens? There is the services that has to be delivered suffers. The moral of that entity of the people is down. We have seen that. Therefore, I say we have only ourselves to blame. But I must again remind you, we are in a better space now. I will highlight in what space we are now. And at this point, Director of Ceremony, I would like also, while Dr. Hangala is here, to say that really the leadership that Dr. Hangala led board is providing at Namibia Airports Company at NAST, second to none. Can we give him a big round of applause? Dr. Hangala was appointed by our government at Namibia Airports Company at a time where that company was crippled. Some executive members were on the verge of losing jobs. It's a reality. I'm not here to scare anyone. We have to understand the context in order to move forward. He stabilized that company. They recruited one of our senior CEOs, Bisi Uirap, who's very experienced. That company today is moving on. That is leadership. Let's give him a round of applause. It is very sad that some state-owned enterprises became synonymous to poor performance, wasteful expenditure, mismanagement, failing on their mandates, and on service delivery. In general, it is not. In general, I think this picture that I have given, it is what has characterized the state-owned enterprises in the past. I must say in the past. So these negative narratives did not help our country in any way. In fact, it harmed our country's development effort. Now, let me also talk about the appointment of boards. Appointing boards of public enterprises who later tend to be ineffective or fail dismally to discharge their responsibility, this would have a far-reaching, devastating consequences to the affected entity, and obviously, you cannot expect much to that entity. What you can expect is a decline of that entity and further weakening if you have such a situation. The worst-case scenario is to expect failures in the provision of the strategic direction of such public enterprises, failure to provide effective oversight, function, and further negative consequences to the overall performance of public enterprises. It is our view that a supportive board to public enterprises in the enlightened, I call this, we are now in the enlightened era, driving away from the dark age or a dark era where we were. It is our view that a supportive board is the one that is competent, the one that acts in its dealings ethically. It is the one that is knowledgeable, objective, analytical, strategic, and conduct its business in the most professional and transparent manner, and acts within acts with urgency and take its executive management cadres into confidence. And it has the best interest of the company and the country at heart. In my view, that is a supportive board. Now, most of us have attended various corporate governance courses or seminars. We cannot claim that we don't know what we are supposed to be doing. All of us as CEOs or members of the board. In fact, yes, you may be appointed by a minister. Corporate governance dictate that you must be loyal to the entity to which you are appointed, because the shareholder has already defined the objective, and all of us must be seen as living to that objective. It's not me, it's principles of corporate governance, that when you are appointed, you must be loyal to that company and you must act in the best interest of that company. So therefore, I will ask, in this regard, we call upon our shareholder, our government, to exercise caution when appointing individuals to serve on the boards of public enterprises. This is to ensure that people with appropriate skills, knowledge, and relevant experiences, and those who subscribe to high values of integrity. Some people don't want to hear this word of integrity. Integrity, doing the right thing all the time, even if you are not watched. That is the only way how we can inspire the people that we represent and that we lead. Ethical behavior is absolutely critical. There is no compromise about that. That's the view of this current executive committee of the public enterprises. That's the departure point. Everything rises and falls on leadership. We can have good vision, good what, but if the leadership is not there focused, then we can forget about it. Furthermore, it is critical that the appointing authority conducts it is critical that the appointing authority inducts board members upon commencement of their oversight functions. It is important that the roles of boards are spelled out clearly, that of providing strategic leadership or direction of that entity, create favorable environment for institutions to thrive and achieve its mandate, and to facilitate growth of such public enterprises. It is probably true that when you have a strong board that acts in unison, the likelihood of such a board to hire equally a strong CEO is very high. Doing the opposite is probably also true. Let me now reflect on CEOs and MDs. Comrade Vice President, Honorable Minister, we as CEOs occupy important positions of key responsibilities, positions of trust. As we lead and serve at the same time, we ought to remind ourselves that we live in a country that has people that need our services whenever they live in this vast land. We have an important role to play to contribute to practical solutions to some of the serious challenges our citizens are faced with. So we ought to work closely with our government and forward-looking societal actors. It will be a sad day, and I'm speaking to my colleagues, it will be a sad day as if we as CEOs and MDs turn a blind eye to the sad realities our country is facing and opt to attaching importance only to the prestige or status that go with a position we now hold. It is often said that nothing is permanent. What is permanent is change. So the fundamental question, we ought to ask ourselves is, when the time comes to leave a CEO, what is the legacy you leave behind, a CEO or MD? In other words, when we no longer CEOs and MDs, what will define our legacy? I, for one, will not want to go down in history as the one who have run down the Ludres waterfront. I want to make it clear publicly. And I think that is the same position of all of us as colleagues. We have been given important responsibility. There are many other Namibians who could occupy this position that we now have. So good leadership has proven that it is not so much about in what shape, form, nature we take over public enterprises as CEOs. But what is key is your foresight, your ability to bring about positive change, working closely with your team, and the support that you get from your board as you navigate around difficult challenges, and to bring about progress and to refocus the public entity to continue playing meaningful role in terms of the mandate. After all, leadership is about solving problems and not create problems. If you create problems in a leadership position, consider your position. Leadership is about solving problems that you sometimes inherit. Your Excellency, the good news is that the public enterprises today is in a better place than it was a few years ago. We have now embraced fully the age of enlightenment, a departure from what I called a dark era. The current generation of CEOs and accounting officers are best placed to lead the sector to the next level of prosperity. They are better informed. They have a better understanding of principles of corporate governance, which they now have internalized in their respective public enterprises. The current generation of CEOs and public enterprises are better motivated and have drawn clear lines of connectivity between the work they do and the urgent need to attain national development plan. In other words, there is now a heightened understanding why government created public enterprises we now lead and represent at the same time. And we are really fortunate today to have in our midst the Vice President, who has been around for some time and will certainly shed light on why we have been created, what are the expectations of our shareholder when the time comes. Your Excellency, the commitment we give to our government is that we shall never allow any of our public enterprises to slide back into the dark era where boardrooms were turned into tug of war. When two elephants fight, who suffer? It's the people. The people who don't get the services we are asked to deliver. So leadership, leadership, leadership. That's the key departure point. So the successful transformation of public enterprises depends very much on the ability of the leaders, both at the level of boards and executive management. We should not give troubles to minister. In fact, I can confirm here, in other jurisdictions, you have political interference, which is not the case. I can say that publicly. But government has a right for what is called intervention. But government can only intervene if they are forced to do so. Therefore, I'm saying it depends on you and I to transform, to do the right thing. Then we will not have our leaders coming there to tell you what to do in the first place. And I must really confirm here, while I'm sitting here, we have never had, as long as I have been in the Ludres waterfront, government to intervene and to interfere and tell us what to do. I must put back my head as a chairperson of the forum. I think, sorry for that. Yes. Yes. Now, I'm saying that we have not really told our own story, all the good things that are happening. Our roads in Namibia are admired in Africa as #1. And who are at the level of implementation, Road Authority and Road Fund Administration. But of course, there is still room for improvement because there are still people in the rural area who don't have roads. And roads play a major role in terms of facilitation of goods and services and people, and they connect communities as well. Can we give Road Authority and Road Fund Administration a big hand? Why not? Your Excellency, in February this year, the nation went into mourning after we received the news that our sitting president is no more. The rest of the country and the rest of the world dependent on the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation to tell what is happening. Our colleagues at the NBC did extremely well. They went beyond the call of duty. Their mandate is to inform, to educate, to entertain. They did extremely well amidst all the challenges that they have. Can we give NBC a round of applause? When COVID-19 hit these shores, Madam Rosalia was chair of this forum. She called us into a meeting. We mobilized resources, financial and non-financial resources, working together with the Ministry of Health. At that time, Madam Kapena was just appointed at NIP. NIP was at the center of rescuing lives. We have excelled out of that. Can we give, please, NIP and the MVA CEO? So these are the positive stories that are coming from the public enterprises. As I have said, we have moved on. Then the Namibian Airports Company and the Namibian Civil Aviation Authority. There are international bodies that are coming to look at the safety aspects of our international airports. We have two in this country, in Walvis Bay and Hosea Kutako. They were here. They were here in the year, in 2016, to do an international audit. We scored 57.39. And the average is actually, the average is about 63. So we have improved in 2016 in terms of that rating from 57.39 to this year, early this year. That body came here again to look, and we scored 72.31. Let's give Namibian Airports Company, Namibian Civil Aviation Authority, big hand. Now visitors and tourists, they can come to support our economy. Public enterprises, service delivery, these are the issues. Then, of course, Namibian Ports Authority, led by Memenangula here. What we are getting is really, there is a lot to learn, all of us, how management and Madam Amunyela-led board are working there. Last year, NAMPORT declared a dividend of 100 million. But it's not just about 100 million, it's about the competitiveness of the port. They are competing with other ports in the region, and the port is run efficiently. Let's give NAMPORT a big hand, please. As I conclude, MC, we have to tell our own story. We cannot leave others to tell what is happening. As I say, we are transiting from the dark era to an era of commitment and to do things right. And we have all the ingredients to do so. When I look around in this room, it's a lot of energy, a lot of compassion. The Namibia Fish Consumption Promotion Trust was given a responsibility by government to make fish available to the nation. They have done extremely well by putting up outlets, by signing agreements with SMEs to collect fish, to take them deep in the villages to ensure that people have that service. The chairperson of Namibia Fish Consumption Promotion Trust, Madam Susan Jaleka, is there. Pea Victor is also here, the CEO. Let's give them a big round of applause. So, Madam Vice President, I can go on, talk about the good story. So the picture is not gloomy anymore. Now, the country is now preparing to go into the oil sector. Our board has already welcomed Mr. Epson Wanguta, and we have told him that he enjoys our support as he drives the stabilization of NAMCOR and turnaround strategies. We also at the same time welcome the newly appointed board, wish them well. We ought to prepare ourselves because public enterprises will play one or the other a role in supporting that sector. The same with TransNamib. We also welcome Mr. Desmond van Jaarsveld, the newly appointed CEO of TransNamib. And our view is a well-resourced TransNamib that is well capacitated to meet the modern needs of all its clients is well placed to contribute towards economic growth. But what is important is a well-managed, referring to management, a well-led, referring to the board, and a well-supported, referring to the shareholder. TransNamib is better placed to make things work. Finally, we are 6 years away from Vision 2030. 6 years. It's not a myth, it's a reality. Are we going to meet the grand vision? Do you have a role, you and I? So, that vision is the vision of Vision 2030 is to improve the quality of life of people of Namibia to the level of their counterparts in the developed world by 2030. So, the issue is, what can we do to get there? So, we are looking forward to have these engagements with our shareholder and to continue to ensure that our commitment is felt by the actions and really to make Namibia a better place. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Yeah, you will bear with me. I will not be able to recap because then I'll spend another hour, going in stories, success stories, gloomy, but I think he did very, very well. If you see he's limping, I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah, I advised the team last year at Rietfontein. Some of you were not there. We have a very good center at Rietfontein, one of the best in the country, if not the best, on a farm. So they got excited. I think it was him, Rosalia. They got excited with the environment. Then they participated in the games. Last year he was not hit. Rosalia got an injury. I understand this year you didn't try. So the chair says he's young at heart, and when he saw that there were players that were playing with the councillors, he joined. and I think that's why he's limping. I don't know, who won the tug of war? Which team or which company? Was it Namwater? I saw the Namwater CEO here. I think next year, and please don't quote me, next year let's have the tug of war between the public enterprises CEOs and the boards. So that it becomes a sport, and then we can see who win that sport. And we'll give a medal for winning that tug of war. Yeah, I think critical is that we need membership. I think Honorable Shimi just stepped out. It's not being resolved. The reason why CEOs cannot serve on the boards, I think it's 3-4 years now we're talking about it. We are not getting direction. He spoke about it. Also the accolades, I think it's critical that we recognize good performing companies. And let's tell our story. We can only tell our story if we are a member of this forum, and that is very critical. So I want to make 2 announcements before we move to the next program. The announcement is that NBC, as it was said, it's really doing a great job. As we sit here, they are doing 3 stream live. That is number 1, the Switex Expo, where our president and the president of Botswana are officiating. They are running that live. Then there's Korenkuru Expo, where they are also streaming live. And then this event that we are here, as you see how many cameras are here, it is also being streamed live. So if you can please share with your EXCO team or your colleagues so that they can follow this event. And then next is that we will take a short, quick break. So I just need to be guided from the facilitator of the next event. We need to take a short break, and that break is to allow us to reorganize the seating arrangement for the panel. So let me just quickly get this. Our facilitator for the panel or moderator is Denver Kisting. I think we all know Denver Kisting, or Denver Kisting. Is an award-winning journalist, television host, and a television producer. He's a moderator, facilitator, and program director, and has served as a master of ceremonies at many events, unlike Felix Musugubili, who is only doing it today. His vast interests include, but not limited to, current affairs, from politics, economics, energy, and human rights. He has officiated a number of local and continental, as well as international platforms, including the United Arab Emirates. And his motto is, "We are building this country one constructive conversation at a time." I do not have the backgrounds of the colleagues who will form part of the panel. It was not communicated. But as we can see, Conrad Lutombi is a veteran here. He is the CEO of Road Authority, and the discussion really will focus on that. Ali Pinge is here, CEO of Road Fund. Elias Moinho, I'm not sure if Elias Moinho is here. Are you around? Where's Elias Moinho? Okay, he's in. And then the new CEO, I'll just say Desmond, the other one, you know, we didn't learn Afrikaans where I come from. And then Hippie. So our discussion would be the role of public enterprises in the area of transport infrastructure industry, and that is then to accelerate socio-economic development. What is it that we can do as public enterprises to drive this agenda? So before we start with the panel discussion, like I was saying, I needed to be guided. We will need to take a short break. I'm not sure if the higher table is also taking a break, or the panelists can just go to this side. Okay. So I'm being advised that this table will then relocate to my right, and then the panelists would come to the front table. That will be officiated by Denver.
Thank you, Dr. Felix Musukuvili, the Director of Proceedings. Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Ipumbu Shimi, the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises. Distinguished captains of industry, kindly allow me to abide by the protocol that had been established earlier by the Director of Proceedings. My name is Denver Kisting. It's such an immense honor, it's such a big pleasure, it's such a huge delight to not only be in your company, but also to be hosting the next two panel discussions. Now, the first leg of our journey this morning is hosted under the theme, the critical role of public enterprises in the area of the transportation infrastructure industry. The question we'd like to interrogate during this particular session is, what can be done to enhance the enabling factors in a vast country such as Namibia to especially accelerate socioeconomic development? Undoubtedly, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure is the key driver of industrial development. But what is the correlation between infrastructure development and socioeconomic development? It is a well-documented fact that the Namibian government has made significant investments in road, port, railway, as well as aviation infrastructure over the past number of years. But what more needs to be done and ought to be done if we claim to be serious about socioeconomic development? Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce my panel of experts for this discussion. Madame Louise Shihwameni, Deputy Executive Director in the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises. Mr. Conrad Lutombi, Chief Executive Officer for at the Roads Authority. Mr. Ali Pinge, Chief Executive Officer at the Road Fund Administration. Mr. Elias Mwenyo, Executive Commercial at the Namibian Ports Authority. Mr. Desmond van Jaarsveld, Chief Executive Officer at TransNamib. And last but not least, Mr. Hippie Shivikwa, Chief Executive Officer at the Walvis Bay Corridor Group. I'd like to start on that end with you, Mr. Shivikwa. I'd like us to cover, in the interest of the very precious resource of time, but unfortunately very finite resource, two aspects. Help us understand very briefly what role your specific entity plays in the area of transportation, infrastructure, industry, and at the same time, which are the enabling factors from where you stand that we need to prioritize as a matter of absolute urgency if we are serious about accelerating socioeconomic development. Mr. Shivikwa.
All protocol observed. Good morning to everyone. Basically, I would just like to touch a little bit on the mandate of the Walvis Bay Corridor Group. Our mandate is to do business development and trade facilitation to attract more cargo through our ports, through the port of Walvis Bay and the port of Lüderitz. We do have a footprint not only in Namibia, but we do have a footprint in the region, in SADC, where we have got an office in South Africa, in Joburg, in Zambia, in Lusaka, as well as the DRC. But we also extend to other markets like Malawi, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Angola. Basically, part of our mandate is also to address the non-tariff barriers. These are the aspects that hinders trade in the region or through Namibia. We are basically a public-private partnership, which basically we are also an extension of government. We consist of key government SOEs, which are mostly represented here, but also including NAMRA, Namibia Airports Company, Ministry of Works and Transport, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Home Affairs, because we are dealing with cross-border movement of people. And we have got the Namibia Logistics Association, Namibia Transporters Association, the port users, as well as also the shipping lines. We have also been mandated by the Namibian cabinet to position Namibia as the logistics hub. And one item that I think Master Flaxman also omitted to mention, we are the best corridor management institution in the whole of Africa. We are a one-stop shop for trade facilitation through Namibia. It was also indicated that we have got the best roads in Africa. We have done great strides in terms of infrastructural development in Namibia, but there is also room for improvement. We provide free of charge wellness services, which means clinics to the truck drivers that are coming through in Namibia, from irrespective of the country where they come from, using our ports. And our market is not merely the 3 million population of Namibia, but we look at the bigger population of SADC, which is approximately 340 million people. So that is basically our market.
Mr. Shiviko, just one moment before you proceed to talking to us briefly about the enabling factors. You did acknowledge that in as much as we hail our fantastic road infrastructure on the African continent, that there is some room for improvement. I can't allow you to proceed without telling us what it is that we need to do in that regard very briefly. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is an infrastructural gap in terms of our railways. We are not interconnected with neighboring countries. Like Botswana, Zambia, and Angola. And that hinders also in terms of the seamless movement of goods. There is also infrastructural backlog in terms of the rail infrastructure is very old. The rolling stock is also very old and inefficient. So that is, I think, an area that we need to make improvement on.
Thank you very much. Ms. van Jaarsveld, I don't know whether Mr. Shiviko touched on the enabling factors very briefly. I didn't get that.
Thank you, Mr. MC.
Sorry, Mr. van Jaarsveld, I don't think Mr. Shiviko touched on the enabling factors that we need to prioritize if we are serious about socioeconomic development within this sector.
Brother.
Yeah, we don't take only transportation in isolation. We take transportation and logistics together. It's a package. And if you look at transportation and logistics, that is the bedrock of business for every aspect of business that we do. And also for government. It is a catalyst for economic development. We have also seen that in other countries where infrastructure is lagging behind, so is also economic development. And at least we have done very well in the region or in Namibia. And we are not only focusing on our own sector in terms of transport and logistics, but we are an enabler to other economic sectors, such as agriculture, mining, tourism, trade, fishing, and also even the health sector. If you just look at, for example, if you have to go to the pharmacy, you are looking for your medication. If a truck does not arrive on time, you will not have your medication.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. van Jaarsveld, as you give us your perspective of the mandate of your institution, but also what you believe the enabling factors are that we need to prioritize in pursuit of accelerated socioeconomic development, please also briefly touch on the concerns raised by Mr. Shiviko relating to what he terms a lack of interconnectedness of the railway infrastructure, which hinders seamless movement of goods, but also his comments about the age of the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MC, and again, all protocol observed. Yeah, it's a wide spectrum of answers and response here, but in short, the mandate of Transnamib is to maintain the railway and ensure that we have fit-for-purpose rolling stock. It is not currently the case. We have a very aged rolling stock. Some of the locos are slightly younger than I am. In fact, to be factual. The oldest locomotive we've got is 53 years old. And I have to use this opportunity to thank my technical team within Transnamib to do wonders to keep that equipment and rolling stock on rail. However, I've just shared with Honourable Minister the good news that we've just secured funding from the DBN as well as the DBSA. Funding, it was in the media, so it's nothing new, but we've got it now officially. We've got it in writing, signed off by the various officials at the banks, 2.6 billion investment that will be used for, thank you, the much needed replacement of the rolling stock. In other words, locomotives and also multi-purpose wagons, amongst others. We need to be flexible with our railway. Empty legs, we can learn from the road transporters. Empty legs, you lose money. So I'm happy to say that the procurement of the locos will take place very soon. There's a lead time of 24 months plus. We are working on a 24-month interim solution, i.e. leasing of additional locomotives. When I'm talking to my train drivers, they refer to the recent refurbishment of the Walvish Bay Kransberg Road, and they're saying to me, Mr. Desmond, it's like a tar road. So again, thank you to the various ministries that got involved and the funding. And we're busy now with the Kransberg to Tsumeb, etc., the railway line to be refurbished and being upgraded. That's so the infrastructure as well as the rolling stock, there is action being taken. And I have to again say thank you to the various ministries and our board. The recent projects as well, the regional integration with the Trans-Kalahari rail, with our neighbors Botswana. We just returned 2 weeks ago from interministerial meeting with the various officials from Botswana and Transnamib, as well as Ministry of Works, etc. And the ministers have signed off the timeline for this new railway line. So in Namibia alone, we need to focus as well as on regional integration. And rail needs to work together with road transport. We don't want to eliminate the trucks. In fact, the intermodal opportunities, Mr. Kisting, is vital for us. We've just signed a tender, or we were awarded a tender by a mine where Transnamib was awarded and have to provide a road and rail solution, and we are using SMEs to provide, for example, the road transport component. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Jaarsveld. Before we proceed, just very briefly, it's one thing to acquire financing in excess of 2 billion Namibia dollars from DBN and DBS, and it will serve a critical purpose towards being used to replace the rolling stock. What impact will this have on the business turnaround strategy so that you are able to pay back the 2.6 billion Namibia dollars to DBN and DBS firstly, but also see to it that your books start looking healthier?
That is a very important question. Obviously, we have in our 5-year ISBP that has been signed off by our board, and we have to submit it now to our ministry. And in that is a detailed, all the details how, because those loans must be honored. So the payback plan, what will change in, what must and will change within Transnamib is the improvement of efficiencies, increase your customer base. The honest truth is we cannot service all our customers efficiently. One statistic that we shared with the Ministry of Mines and Energy the other day was Transnamib currently only transports 14% of the total fuel requirements in Namibia. That needs to be upped and increased dramatically.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mwenyo, now that we've established that NAMPOD is not a courier agency based at the Namibian coast, help us understand very briefly against the backdrop of your statutory mandate what role you are playing in pursuit of accelerated And I think that needs to be re-emphasized. It's about speeding up the process of socioeconomic development, and which you believe are the enabling factors that we need to prioritize as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me also stand by the protocol already established. The Namibian Port Authority was actually established in 1994. So this year we are 30 years old. With a number of milestones. So the Port Authority is mandated by the shareholder to develop, manage, and operate the Namibian ports, not only for Namibia, but beyond Namibia. That's why we invest heavily in the development of the corridors, and we work closely with the Walvis Bay Corridor Group, because that is the future of the port. Namibia alone is not able to sustain the port itself. The infrastructure is capital intensive, and we are only 3 million people. So we look beyond the 3 million people. Now, it's established that 90% of Africa's freight is carried by maritime transport. So somewhere it have to be, there must be an exchange facility where you have to load or offload this cargo. And that's where we as ports play a critical role in facilitating trade by enabling businesses to connect with the international market. We also serve as a gateway for global trade, contributing significantly to national and regional economy. We are also an interface with other transport modes. That's where we connect with rail and road. And unfortunately, almost 95% of that we handle is carried by road. And hearing from Mr. Van Jaarsveld, I'm sure there's scope for us to redirect some of the cargo that we handle to be carried by rail. So we also handle diverse range of cargo, including containers, liquid, dry bulk goods. We also have a division that caters for ship repair. So in totality, we are part of the value chain of maritime transport. One of the low-hanging fruits that we've established recently is to facilitate the passenger travel. When we built the new container terminal on a reclaimed land of 40 hectares, we took a deliberate decision to also capacitate the port with a cruise liner jetty to be able to play in a space of cruise liner tourism. And that have actually paid off. We started off on a season, we'll do around 26 calls. The season they just ended, we did 56 vessel calls.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that comprehensive overview. If I'm a resident of Cape in Walvis Bay, and I were to ask you, how have you contributed as NAMPort to my socioeconomic development, what would your response to me be?
My response will be that with the increase of these passenger vessels, we've actually seen taxi drivers being converted to tour guides because a passenger vessel will carry roughly 3,000 to 4,000 passengers. And at one go, not even at the airport, will you receive 3,000 visitors at the same time. So for us to be able to contribute significantly, we need to look at value-adding services around the port.
Thank you.
So that's the space that we think is key for Namibia to play around that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Pinge, talk to us about the affairs of road fund administration and the role that you believe you are contributing to socioeconomic development.
Yeah, thank you, Denver, Madam Vice President, ladies and gentlemen. The RFA this year is celebrating 24 years of existence, and that 24 years have seen the maintenance and the upkeep of the national road infrastructure, which is the national roads and the urban roads included. We also have a secondary mandate to make sure that the NATIS operations are funded. So is the traffic law enforcement to ensure that the traffic on the roads are behaving in terms of the National Traffic Act. We also provide support for administrative expenditure to both the RFA and the RA. And the total workforce between the two institutions is just over 1,000. So that is a support that we provide in terms of the workforce. Now, the Namibian road infrastructure in terms of the replacement value, we're talking about 151 billion Namibian dollars. And over the past 24 years of our existence, we have invested in excess of 50 billion in this infrastructure. And certainly the chairperson of the forum was kind enough to praise the road sector in terms of what we have done. So with the 50 billion over that same period, we had ensured that we have provided access to the majority of Namibians to the road network, to traverse and also to do business from across all the sectors. Now, that is what we have done in the past. What are we doing in the future? The future of mobility is changing. There is the evolving landscape in terms of electric vehicles. There is green hydrogen in terms of vehicles and wagons, rail wagons traveling on hydrogen. The question then is, how prepared are we as a country to make sure that when the Germans and the Japanese and the Americans introduce or stop the production of combustion engine, how prepared are we as a country to make sure that when the electric vehicles reach our shores, how do we ensure then that we have established the systems and the regulations to invest in charging stations? You can imagine at the present moment, the best electric vehicle will give you about 350 kilometers. Imagine if I have to now buy that car and I need to travel to Katima Mulilo, 1,500 kilometers from here. And that's a challenge that as a country we face. And then of course, the chairman is saying in 2035, and that's not so long ago, or a long time from now, when they stop producing combustion engine, how do we then prepare as a country in terms of policies and also in terms of regulations? We need to provide, especially in the urban areas, Windhoek in particular, alternative mode of transport. My colleague from the Statistics Agency produced the national statistics in terms of population. The population is increasing. Windhoek, in terms of the roads, are seeing a serious congestion in terms of our people using the road network. So we need to provide alternative mode of transport even in urban area. And for that, we need to look at how do we then ensure that we start to invest in alternative mode of transport, such as introducing metro to one of our highest densely populated suburbs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Lutombi, I'm wondering whether or not we'd have to head to a NATIS again once the electric vehicles hit our shores to get an electric vehicle driver's license. You could touch on that if you so wish, provided you do so very briefly, but talk to us about the role that you are playing as an entity to pursue faster, accelerated socioeconomic development.
Thank you very much. I recognize and stand on the protocol that has been established. Roads are very, very important for the social economic development of any country. In Namibia in particular, about 95% of goods, people and services moves on the road. Therefore, it's critical that we redirect all our efforts to ensure that we invest in the expansion of our road network. Now, in 1999, the government of the Republic of Namibia reformed the road sector by creating 3 institutions, which is Roads Authority, to manage the national road network of Namibia with a view to achieve a safe and efficient road sector. And when we talk of efficient road sector, we talk of the road infrastructure and what moves on the road infrastructure. And during that road sector reform, Road Fund Administration was also created, and a roads contractor company. Now, Namibia is quite a huge country, as you correctly say. To travel from the south to the north is almost 1.3 kilometers. To travel from the west to the east is also above 900 kilometers. And it is I think around 47 now, largest country in the world. But if you look in terms of population, we are less populated, densely populated, almost following Mongolia. In fact, we are the second in the country. What does it tell you? It tells you that we have a huge responsibility to reach every corner of this country. We have about 121 constituents in this country, which needs roads. We have 14 regions. We are happy to say that in terms of regional integration, that way we are now linked to all the SADC region with our economic corridors. When it comes to the 14 regions, we are very much linked regionally. But when it comes to linking the constituents, especially the schools, clinics, agricultural activities, farming, within the constituents, that is still a problem to link them to the traffic economic belt of this country. Therefore, moving forward, or how do we accelerate our success in terms of responding to the social economic development of this country? And for us, when we look at the social economic development, we are looking at how do we participate in ensuring that the people who are in the rural areas, for example, have access to income, have access to education, have access to health facilities, have access to social activities in those areas. That's very important. How do we do that? So it's important first to accelerate is that the mandate of the organization must be focused on the provision of public service.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Madam Shugabeni, you're a bonus panelist, and we're happy that you are present. You've heard what the captains of industry have said in terms of what they believe are the enabling factors which we need to prioritize if we're serious about accelerating socioeconomic development. From where you stand and the perspective that you have to also hold them accountable, what do you believe have been the most significant stumbling blocks and barriers hampering us from accelerating such socioeconomic development?
Thank you, and again, once more, all protocol observed. This sector is one of the critical sector, and I had a quick look at Vision 2030, and it's written there that transport is critical to the development of all economic sector in the country, and there are specific targets in the Vision 2030 in terms of what we're supposed to be achieving. I think when it comes to secure and safe road infrastructure, I think we have achieved significant achievement there. I think it's efficient. Whether it's safe, that is something we need to look at. This sector is one of the sector that give me a bit of pleasure, but also a lot of headache. Because we for example, have Trans-Namib, and we all know the troubles of Trans-Namib. And when I started working in this sector, I realized that a lot of us probably were like, we don't understand exactly why some of these critical, important public enterprises are at the level where they are. So we've been taking a lot of time to dive deeper. I ended up actually at some of the Trans-Namib warehouses, and just to understand what is going on there and visiting some of the things. And I think what the CEO just said, Trans-Namib, we've been on it for the last 7 years in terms of trying to really fix the future of Trans-Namib. I think with the 2.6 billion, the CEO that have just spoken about that, we really tried the last 5 years to secure that funding because first we needed to clean up the balance sheet of Trans-Namib for them to able to borrow, and the state has to write off some of the debts, especially the old loans. So I can put anybody at Trans-Namib today, and they will probably still have the same result if certain things doesn't happen, like what he said. First, you cannot have a 50-year-old railway, and you cannot have a 50-year-old fleet. It just will not make it. They will still broke down, and they will still not give you efficiency. So therefore, our priority, and I think Namibians need to bear with us that it will not happen in the next 3 years, because you still have to manufacture those, like he said, and they have to be here only at 2027. So what we are trying to do is what we need to do now, fix first, kind of trying to fix Trans-Namib in terms of, can we have an interim turnaround plan to bring efficiency before the railway come? Because you need change management. You still have to do change management. You have to make sure that there's strong capacity within the company, and then you have a strong board. So and I think there we are trying our best, but it's a sector that will require all Namibians. Now you also have a challenge where we have, over the last years, invested more in the road than in the railway. Now, recently, the minister, I think the two ministers of Transport and the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises appointed a steering committee to do a master plan for the railway. And when we looked at what we need to do, because the challenges of interconnectedness from Namibia, Namibia is almost the only country now in Southern Africa that is lacking a little bit behind with railway infrastructure to different countries. So just to get to Katima and to get to Hobabis and to get to Angola and fix, I was in Ludretz the other day and I didn't know that from Cape Mans to Ludretz, that railway is no longer functional, you know, and now, can you imagine now with oil and gas and green hydrogen coming, how is it urgent and important to do that? So now the challenge currently we are experiencing is where, and the minister is here, he's probably going to talk to it, is literally that I don't think we need to find a way on how to fund the railway. Because the railway would take the whole budget of Namibia at the moment. And I don't think if we are to pace the acceleration and development of railway to the pace of the development of the country, and we have to do it through state funding, we will never able to get it. So we need to find an alternative way on how to accelerate rail infrastructure, but the funding of it. And while we are looking at that, so we will then, of course, able to help Trans-Namib with other road infrastructure. But the challenges, I think, have been, we have a master plan, a logistic master plan. I think we haven't been able to take stock effectively of that logistic master hub.
Thank you. Thank you so much, madam. We have time for 2 or 3 questions from the floor. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Leake. We are talking about transportation infrastructure for the country. Do we realize that one of the missing link is air transport?
Of course.
We, with the size of Namibia, we cannot be efficient in what Fraxman called the new era without air transport. It also seems to be clear that private sector will not resolve domestic air transport. We can also not build new airport at Katima or Rundu or Lutert if we don't have domestic air transport. There will be white elephants. Don't we think as a nation that we need a national airline that is properly packaged, maybe different from Air Namibia, that is a little bit efficient, but we cannot have a nation as big as this one without air transport, if we have to be efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Madam Shihomini, I'm reserving that question for you. In the meantime, 2 more opportunities. Kindly introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. I'm Colonel Anton, the Managing Director for Banduk Machine and Fabric. It's all good and well that we have all of these developments, which is good for the country. But what is the consideration for local companies, SOEs, getting involved in some of these developments? We more tend to run to foreign companies to get these guys in to come and to work here. In the meantime, our GDP doesn't grow, and we are actually not giving opportunity for our own companies, our own SOEs to actually grow. I so submit.
Going once, twice. We're certainly not forcing things in this country. Shall we abide by that? Perhaps you want to briefly say something about that, if you so wish. Or do we have another question here?
No, basically, I wanted to touch on the issue that was raised by Dr. Angala.
All right, just one moment, Mr. Shivikwa.
Thank you. It was actually, yeah. Oh. Good morning. Ellen Namila from the University of Namibia. It was inspiring to listen to the discussion. And my concern is just the skills that we need for the transport. Do we have the capacity? Are we looking at transport of the future? Because a number of issues have been raised from goods and people, meaning the community. Because I think if you are in the transport sector, I think it's also like hospitality and other issues, because you need to also treat well your customers. So I don't know if we have a whole skill set of what it takes to make success of the transport industry in this country. Not to forget about the green hydrogen and the oil and gas that has also been implemented at that we need not just to maintain the business, but we also need that partnership and continuity and skilled people in hospitality.
More of a comment? Yes. The final contribution from the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Tonata Uwanga, Chairperson of the Namibian College of Open Learning. My question is more on technology. The sector that we're really listening to and the inputs are very good, but technology has a pivotal role to play. In other countries, the transport sector is even being driven by technology, where you've got automated transportation that provides a lot of efficiency in the sense that you've got AI, you've got robotics, and you can have systems in place that actually remove the financial input, the costs that are carried when you do not have automation. So have we looked at the possibility of transportation of the future? Railway carriers that can actually drive themselves. Trucks that can actually drive themselves. I think at the port, there's a lot of automation that can happen, where you've got containers that can be moved seamlessly without human intervention. And this can reduce the costs, which can obviously reduce the burden that the institutions are carrying. Thank you.
What potential role would AI play in the sector? In the interest of the very precious yet finite resource of time, I'd like the panelists to wrap up and in conclusion, just address some of those questions and comments, starting with Mr. Shivikwa, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denver. I just want to respond to two questions, issues that were raised. One is from Dr. Angala. And Dr. Angala, I think in the past, you and I have a discussion to say transportation is not the end in itself, but it's an enabler. When it comes to air transportation, we have also incorporated Namibia Airports Company now is part of the Walvis Bay Corridor Group, and to position Namibia as a logistics hub. It goes without saying that we need a domestic airline. If you look at best practices in Africa, if you look at Ethiopian Airlines, the way how they operate is amazing. They have come to a point where they have taken the dominance in terms of air traffic or playing a role on the continent. They go to almost to each and every country in Africa. If you go to, even if you are transiting through Addis, they even provide hotel facilities for you. That's how they have gone and advanced. And definitely we do need a national airline, and that is a need, not a luxury. With respect to the skills, yes, we are working on the skills in the sector. We have established the Namibia Center for Logistics, where we are also working with NAST and UNAM, as well as also Namibia Training Authority. We have also established relationships with other institutions outside Namibia, such as the Port of Antwerp, just to also upskill Namibians in terms of the skills. And in conclusion, the future is female. That's why we have our vice president here. And we need to empower and mainstream the youth, SMEs, and women. It is also imperative that we have local content. Sometimes we don't need to source outside the country. I think we have got also a sufficient capacity within the country, even that can be supported by other SOEs. And we need to also embrace the Africa Continental Free Trade area, where it's opening up more opportunities for us in terms of trade and also in terms of AU Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want. And for us, from the Corridor Group side, is we are currently busy transforming from transport corridors into economic development corridors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shivikwa. Just one moment before Mr. van der Jaarsveld responds. There appear to be two schools of thought around what local content should constitute. The one school of thought saying that we need to talk about ownership versus the other school of thought that speaks about employment. What is your take? Is a hybrid approach perhaps best? And certainly some feel that it can't be local content at all costs without due regard to skills development happening concurrently.
Yeah, in my view, I think the hybrid is quite imperative. You may find that Namibia does not necessarily have all the skills needed in the world to transform Namibia to become an industrialized country. But however, where we can need to capacitate Namibians, there is a need to do that. And in my view is that for expatriates that come to Namibia, let them also have understudies of Namibians to also level up their skills.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. van der Jaarsveld.
Thank you, MC. I'll be brief. On the skills question, to find people skilled in railway, specifically in Namibia, is a massive challenge. We have embarked formally with UNAM and I think NAST to include railway technology in part of their postgrad courses. This is something we need to take our hands and hold hands together because we need to develop those skills. Currently what we're also doing is people that are retired, from Transnamib, those skills are invaluable. We are approaching various individuals, asking them to come and share with our young talent the skills that they've acquired. And the response has been very positive. Maybe just a comment as well on technology. Absolutely, yes. Part of our investment will be to spend a vast amount of money on, for example, railway inspection. At the moment, it's currently 100% done based on human sensors, which we know is not always accurate. We need technology together with the human skills to, for example, to speed up the inspection by means of ultrasonic, etc. technology. It is available already. So that is pretty much part and parcel of our solution for technology.
Mr. van Jaarsveld, an anonymous question from the floor. How do you deal with toxic institutional culture at your respective institution? And how do you infuse a high-performance culture? Very briefly, please. Thank you.
Can that individual please stand? No, it's a very good question. And I think years in various industries, from making Oshikandela to making Tafellager and building the Grove, it has equipped me, hopefully, with the skills to identify and to change that type of culture. It is interesting, and I must say my first couple of weeks and 2 months now at Transnamib, I don't describe it as a toxic culture. There are many people that want to make Transnamib succeed. I had people in my office talking to me about what can be done. My major focus over the recent couple of 2 months and weeks have been to talking to my staff, all levels, inviting them to the office, hear what they say, what are their frustrations, and also what are the solutions. I won't have all the answers now, but to listen to people that want to make it work, that is to me personally very valuable. But also the culture, there is a definite culture change required, and it starts with the top. So be present, be there for the people, have clear policies, no tolerance for any wrongdoing, and lead by example.
Have your Oshikandela and drink it. Thank you so much, Mr. van Jaarsveld. Mr. Munyo.
Yeah, thank you. We have already started our journey on embracing digital technologies because this is the only way that we can revolutionize port operation and also being a critical stakeholder in the supply chain. We need to enhance our visibility across the supply chain. If you're in Zambia and your container is coming through the port of Walvis Bay, if you call the port of Walvis Bay, we should be able to tell you where your container is. So that's part of the journey. And also to optimize resource allocation for improved efficiency. We cannot run the port efficiently without embracing technology. On the issue of training, I think it's high time that institution of higher learning should also come forth and engage with the SOEs on how they should play their role. We find it very difficult to retain some of our employees, especially our seafarers. Once we have trained them for almost 7 years, then the BS come with a better offer, and then we lose out. So I think it's high time that we should really look at all the skill set that will support the transport industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ipinge.
Thank you. From the road fund side, we will be launching a 5-year strategic plan this year, and that strategic plan talks to the issues of intelligent transport system. In other words, using technology to better design our roads, better maintain our roads, but also use the new systems that allow for us to ensure that the construction method is resilient in terms of climate change, and we are increasingly seeing that. So that will become part of our new plan. But also in terms of the funding, as an organization, to meet our mandate, and we have about 49,000 kilometers of roads. Most of that infrastructure is aging, and the gap between what is required at optimum level and what we can generate from the road user charges, that gap is widening. And we are seeing that over the next 5 years, we will only be able to effectively provide funding up to the level of 60%. So we have to look at alternative funding streams, including alternatives such as distance-based road user charges. We have spoken about the elephant in the room, which is tolling. It's a question that I think we need to investigate going forward to make sure that we reduce total transportation costs to the road users. Because if the road users are not paying at optimum level, it then means that the cost for transportation, either in terms of travel time or in terms of replacements of your shocks and tires on roads that are not well maintained, is going to be high for the road users. So we have to look at these alternatives, and I think I'm looking to the policymakers to support some of those initiatives to make sure that we sustain our roads going forward, and to make sure that we keep that accolade of having the best roads on the continent for the future to come.
So is it your proposal that government vehicles must pay toll as well?
Unfortunately, in Africa, in a subcontinent, I think Namibia is the only country that doesn't have tolls, number one. Number two, the basics or the basic concept of tolling is that each and everyone that are using that road infrastructure pays, irrespective whether you are a VIP or non-VIP.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lutombe?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention 2 or 3 things in terms of accelerating the social economic development. For me, my view is that the first departure point is how do we align these public institutions to the political agenda? Are they aligned to the political agenda? Because the political agenda calls for the same issue of socio-economic development. But we as public institutions, we are the implementer. Are our plans aligned to respond to that political agenda in terms of social response and economic response? And that is very, very important. Our funding model are aligned to provide public service, or are they aligned for us to make profit? Of course, if they are aligned for us to make profit, we will definitely affect the same service we want to save, because our survival is to make profit. And that profit will affect the very same people we want to save in terms of promoting their social economic well-being. And third is our planning. We have planning. I mean, it's a fact. Next year, we are going to have a new administration. Is our planning as the implementing agents aligned to the national responsiveness of the new administration? If it's not aligned, we will be looking that side and this pulling that side, and we won't be able to achieve. And also aligned to the national Vision 2030, SADC Vision 2050, Africa Agenda 2023, and the Sustainable Development, Global Sustainable. Are we aligned to all these things? Because all these things calls for the same approach. The other issue is, how are the people outside there? What is the value creation for our institution? If the value creation is not felt by the people who lives in Impalila, who lives on Namatanga, who lives in Kaukarand, then we are missing the point. And the sustainability. We have this, especially for us in the road sector, we have this massive infrastructure, which, as my colleague have said, 151 billion replacement value, 49, and we still need to build more, especially in the rural connectivity.
Thank you.
The question is, are we deploying strategy of sustainability to ensure that we preserve what we have and meet our needs today without compromising the ability of the next generation to meet their needs?
What is your answer to that question, sir?
My answer to that question is, it's a must for public institutions to make sure that in our planning, we make provision for the next generation. We preserve our roads, in particular Roads Authority, for the next generation while we're meeting our requirement. Funding is always a challenge. We have adopted a strategy of let's do more with less resources.
Luto Menzi, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Shihwameni, you have the very, very brief word, final word this afternoon.
First of all, before I made my contributions, I just wanted to correct something. There is a newspaper articles, I think today, that says no CEOs submitted reports, financial reports for 2024. So I want to, while the media is here, to put it categorically clear that that is not true. First of all, the 2024 financial reports are only due in 2025. So they are only due March 2025. Probably they wanted to speak to 2023. That will still be inaccurate to say no state-owned enterprise has submitted their audited financial report. So we do have the statistics. We apologize for that. So, and we are busy trying to correct it because I see a lot of CEOs here, they are fuming, saying we are not telling the truth. But I think it was maybe misquoted. I will quickly talk to the issues around, I think, skills, and I think here is a challenge to UNAM and Polytechnic. It looks as if there's a mismatch with what the institutions of higher learning are producing and with what the public enterprises requires. And I think we also, of course, need to challenge ourselves. It's 33 years after independence. We cannot say Namibians cannot find these skills because they don't come from heaven. We need to plan for them. So, and we cannot continue to just say we don't have these skills. We literally need to make sure that there is proper planning, even if we have to come up with a human resources development plan for public enterprises in terms of the type of skills that are required. Because this is where we get challenged by Namibians. We have high unemployment. We are recruiting foreigners in many of the critical positions, and yet the position is not improving. So I think, Meme Namolo, the challenge is back to you, because every time we come to this meeting, you do ask that question, but we should turn it back to UNAM and say, what is UNAM doing? What level of engagement are you having with the sector? And what are you producing? Because we still have actually a lot of vacancies, critical vacancies within public enterprises that are not being filled, or we have to bring in expatriate, and we are producing graduates every year. So I think that we need to have a conversation around how do we improve skills with Namibia, because we cannot continue to say they are not in Namibia. We need to create the skills ourselves. And I think on how do the road sector contribute to socioeconomic development, I do think that we probably has been maybe sometimes doing things on an ad hoc basis. The issue is that we spend billions of dollars into the road sector. Now one need to look at, to those billions that we spend in the road sector, to what percentage of it goes to the communities? To what percentage on it do, because people don't eat the road. Yeah? Now people are suffering there in the villages, and the road is good there, but did I benefit when that road was built? So what do we organize ourselves around creating employment and empowerment when 100 or 200 kilometer road is being built? So we need to talk about that. And maybe while we have a lot of, I'm from Oshikoto region, and in Oshikoto region we only have one road, tired, yeah? And the rest of it, it's still coming. So It's only the main road from Oshakati. The rest, from Vinduk to the rest is not. So there's still, and Oshikoto is not alone. There's still a lot of challenges when it comes to road infrastructure and access to rural security. Let me just finish one point. So therefore, I think to contribute to socioeconomic development, we really need to sit down and say, the road infrastructure, the railway infrastructure, what are apart from the SMEs that we also need to train and make sure they participate fully, to what level do we contribute to uplifting people out of poverty while we are spending these billions into the economy?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your Excellency, undoubtedly, we could continue the entire day unpacking these very important matters relating to this very important sector, but we don't have the luxury of time. We've spent about 65 minutes, which I believe those were very well spent. It was a very good investment. I'd like to invite you to please give the panel a massive round of applause. Thank you for the constructive engagement. I know Mr. Lutombi may be fuming now as well and may have a contribution to make, but unfortunately we don't have time for that. We will excuse this panel and we'll call for a 5-minute adjournment, 5 minutes. Unless it is an emergency, please have your break while you are seated right where you are. So we'll just allow the panel to disembark and allow the other panel to join us. So we'll reconvene at exactly 25 minutes past the hour of 12. Thank you so much. Starting with Mr. Lukonga, Mr. Staying with us. Now, Namibia finds itself in the relentless claws of a devastating drought that has large parts of the country on its knees. President Nangolo Mbumba has, in the wake of the state of emergency, appealed to the international community for urgent food assistance. As matters currently stand, more than 1 million Namibians run the risk of severe food insecurity within months should the situation not be arrested as a matter of urgency. For the next session, we'll be looking at effective approaches on how do we adopt a winning strategy to attain food security with the support of the relevant public enterprises. I would like to invite the panelists to please keep their responses brief to the point, zoning in to the issues that are at play right here. Starting with you, Madam Shihwameni, from where you stand, it's clear, and I think there is overarching consensus amongst all of us about this fact, that only a multi-sectoral approach will be a winning strategy. Anything short of that will not constitute a winning strategy. What role is and should your OMA be playing in fighting hunger, food insecurity, and drought while we are at it? Thank you.
I was hoping the ED of Agriculture can start.
It will always come back to you about how will we finance these grand plans. So you set the scene from the onset. Okay. Thank you very much.
So Namibia, I think Namibia can feed itself. I do believe that Namibia can feed itself. And I think it's about time that we take that seriously, because it can feed itself because it has massive land. And that land, most of it, in the area where it strategically positions in the, like in the basket, food basket of Namibia, we just need to, like what you talk about, coordination and make sure that we have a plan on how we can feed ourselves. Now, we are coordinating with the Ministry of Agriculture, providing oversight to 5 institutions. AMTA, AgriBizDev, which is now de facto dead. We have NIDA and NAB. And so when we started working as a Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises with especially the 2 particular institutions, AMTA and AgriBizDev, this is where we realized that if we have probably, and I think the ED of Agriculture will talk to it more, because the last 1.5 years, they've been coming up with plans on how to make sure that we really can feed ourselves. From our point of view, I just feel that, for example, AMTA, we've been unpacking AMTA, and we realize that, for example, the silos, the National Food Security, what do you call them? Yes. They probably need another strategy. They probably should not be at AMTA. The country is paying 2 times. We go and buy the food, and then we distribute them. And also we buy the food, put them on the National Reserve. Also the Prime Minister come and buy them again in the same garment, the same coffer. So we need to re-look at the issue on how we are doing the National Food Reserve and make sure that we strategically place them. And then the link between AMTA and the Green Scheme, and then NIDA, which also plays a significant role. And I think the role of NIDA also has been at the back. And the coordination between the 3 institutions, and probably they need to have joint planning.
What role is your ministry playing to help facilitate that coordination?
That's a good question. So, like I said, I think that is what we are realizing now, that we need to coordinate, and we need to match the 3 integrated strategic business plan of those 4 institutions, because it can only work if the NAB plan, the AMTA plan, the agribusiness plan, which is now the green scheme, and NIDA, the plan, they are aligned and synchronized. Because at the moment, they were working in silos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Lukonga, from the perspective of the Namibian Industrial Development Agency, NIDA, why have you been working in silos, number one? But most importantly, what role are you playing to ensure that we deal with food insecurity, that we deal with hunger, and that ultimately we improve the lives and livelihoods of Namibians?
Thank you very much. We have started reaching out to many of our SOEs, and maybe let me start by saying NIDA is a very critical agency of government, and if you look in terms of our mandate, we are an agency of government.
Just kindly speak into the microphone, please, sir.
We are an agency of government that is meant to not only promote trade and investment, but we are an agency of government that is meant to industrialize the country and build business infrastructure. And very, very important, which is something that we have been talking with our public enterprise, is for us to act as an agency in terms of making investment for government and its institutions. That means we can enter into private-public partnership. We can enter into joint ventures. We can enter into business transactions on behalf of government. And that is very, very important. And recently, we have started reaching out to SOEs as well as part of our industrialization agendas to make sure as to how would we collaborate, particularly in driving the industrialization agenda of the country. Coming back to the question of what are we doing in terms of food security, I often say our mandate is quite big. Agriculture is a small component of what we're supposed to do in terms of our mandate. But we do have a very critical role. We do have assets that we are leasing through partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. I often say we own a country within a country. We have quite a very big asset of Mangeti Kavango Cattle Range, which is plus minus 250 hectares of land that we have. 250,000 hectares of land that we have, with plus minus 11,000 heads of cattle. And this is an asset that used to feed Midco in terms of cattle. And we are beginning to revive that agenda, getting into cooperation. We have entered into cooperation with Midco to make sure that we are able to supply Midco with what is required. But at the same time, we want to create a situation where we do value addition, because we only cannot be able to supply them with raw material. So we're having those conversations. We also do have other green schemes that are obviously for dates. Our dates in the country is one of the best, and they go to Europe as well. So these are some of the assets that we have as a country. We're also engaging the Ministry of Agriculture to say, how do we operationalize Nikatal Dam? One of the strategies of government or the Ministry of Agriculture is to have, I think in terms of their target, they target to have plus minus 27,000 irrigated land.
Thank you.
And we want to be part and parcel of that as an agent of government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Misika, what is your perspective on how you can enhance your role to deal with food insecurity, to deal with hunger, to deal with drought in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And good afternoon to everyone in this room. Maybe when we talk about enhancing food security, we need to first understand what food security is. We need to understand that definition. That is a situation where everyone, meaning all people in a country at all times, have adequate access to adequate food that is nutritious enough for them to enjoy a healthy and productive life. Not some people, not some time. That's the definition. That hinges on 4 pillars. One, there should be availability of food from local production. Number 2, there should be access, meaning one has to have resources to access the food. Number 3, there must be utilization. That food must be of good quality and must be safe for human consumption.
Mr. Masika, we appreciate the overview. Unfortunately, we're in a very serious race against time. Please talk to us about the role that your entity is playing to help us alleviate food insecurity. Thank you.
Yes, in that sphere, for us to achieve food security, it means you have a lot of entities that have to work together in collaboration, as has been stressed. You need to ensure that you are including all the role players. And in that role, AMTA has one role that it plays, or 2 roles. One is to facilitate market access through its fresh produce hubs. That is buying fresh produce from farmers, aggregating it at AMTA so that it can be then sold at wholesale prices to other consumers or retailers. That's number 1. Number 2 is to manage the silos so that we have strategic grain reserves that can be utilized whenever there is a food shortage. To play that role, AMTA needs to ensure it works with other entities. For instance, if we have to buy stock from remote areas, roads must be in place for us to access those small quantities. Number 2, we have to have transport facilities. Number 3, when we bring those, the hubs must have appropriate storage facilities that can prolong the shelf life of those products. Then, when you buy grains, the grains should be available at certain areas, which means either the Ministry of Agriculture should have helped the farmers in terms of subsidies to acquire agricultural inputs, production inputs, and services to be able to produce.
Just one moment, please. You're telling us what we should do and what you should do. Are we doing it?
Yes, it is being done to a certain extent, but not enough. There is a great room for improvement.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dr. Mwazi, our focus is to look at the most effective approaches on how to adopt a winning strategy to attain food security. So from your perspective, which is the most effective approach and which constitutes a winning strategy so that we attain food security?
Thank you very much. I think if you allow me, it will always be good when we talk about the agriculture, just quickly to say, we just need to give a bit of a background for the understanding where we are coming from, where we are, where we need to go.
Kindly keep it very brief, please.
I'll try my best. So I think it's good to give. I think a few weeks ago I was also at the information center just to give some statistics. When we look at the total demand of what we are consuming in terms of white maize, we are at 200,000 metric tons. Now, 200,000 metric tons, what it means is that currently in terms of Namibia, we are only producing 36,000 metric tons because we are affected with the drought. And then when we look at this, it tells us also to say, how many, for us to be self-sufficient, how many hectares of land do we need to put under irrigation, which is around 22,000 hectares. Now, for us to put 22,000 hectares under irrigation, if we look at the production cost of 38,000 per hectare, we are talking about investing into irrigation around 844 million per year. So now, currently we only have private sector irrigated land is around 2,000 hectares. Then we have the green scheme of government, which is 4,022 hectares, which is bringing us the total to be 6,022 hectares. Now, these 6,022 hectares can only give us 27% of our total demand. Now, I think it already indicates that the situation is critical, that we need to start having a plan of investing in the irrigated land, because we can't depend on the rain-fed because it's not reliable. Now, I think what is required now as we move forward to the solution is to say, for example, we need to have an agriculture master plan for the next 15 years. Now, under that, each subsector, for example, for the staple food crops, we need to have a master plan that indicates, say, how do we move the production of peel millet, which is a mahangu, to the desired situation? We need to have a plan out of that. And then similarly to the maize.
Just one moment, Doctor. Don't we have enough plans already? And what certainty do we have that such an additional plan will necessarily give us the food security that we so desperately need at this juncture?
The plan that we need to make, I think as we re-engineer where we are and where we need to go, we need to be very honest to ourselves. Like certain plans that we have in place, we haven't been tracking them to see whether are they indeed leading us to where we desire to see.
Thank you so much.
So currently we don't have a master plan for agriculture in the country.
Thank you very much. Madam Edie, what is your response to the absence of a master plan for agriculture in this country?
Thank you very much, moderator. The absence of a master plan is really, as described by the colleague here, what we need to do. But that is actually what the ministry is working together with other stakeholders. At this time, the ministry realized that we need multi-stakeholder coordination. It cannot be a matter of NAB, a matter of Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, we are there to provide an enabling environment. Those are the policies that are already in place. But each and every one of us needs really to contribute to the agriculture sector in order to achieve goal number 2 of the United Nations SDG. Now, as a ministry, for the past years, when we receive these green schemes from the Ministry of, from AgriBizDev, we have really, government have really pumped in a good amount of money, of course not enough, and we are on the right track really to achieve food security. Food security which is there, and that's why Mr. Misika wanted to differentiate these two. Food security because we are able to go to the shop and buy. We are food secured. We are able to import food. We are food secured. But are we food reliant? And that is where our focus should be. We should be food reliant on what we eat, especially on cereal supply, which is our maize, which is our mahangu, and which is our wheat. And that is what we need to fill the gap.
Thank you, Madam Edie.
We are really pushing towards that, and we are achieving those strategies. Just before that, to bring together the multi-stakeholder partners, what we have done as a ministry, we are finalizing the Namibia Agricultural Investment Plan. With this plan...
Another plan?
Which is the best, because this is now, you know, tying all of us together. Tying all of us together so that private sector comes in with funding, as well as the public sector.
Thank you, Madam Edie.
And it is really on, we are launching it soon.
I have 3 million more questions, but I'll park them for now. Dr. Penny, from the perspective of a food scientist, we've heard that we need to coordinate better. We've heard that we shouldn't be operating in silos. But what is it that we need to actually practically do today to deal with the dire situation facing many Namibians? That's the reality on the ground.
Thank you. I have to say, in support of what was mentioned by others, we need a plan. And I'm not just talking about the beautiful document we have. I'm talking about really digesting what we have and take out what are the key indicators. For instance, I can maybe stand to say we need to really look at the whole approach for food system, from farm to fork. And I believe everybody understands what I mean when I say farm to fork, meaning from the producer to the one who's consuming it. We have been doing a lot. In some cases, we are doing things in the way that we are trying to fulfill maybe what the Office of the Prime Minister is trying to say, we need to distribute food. Did we really look at the package, what we are distributing? We are giving people even lentils. Is many of you aware of lentils? How to prepare? Because food has to be prepared to be secure. You need to eat something which is wholesome and beneficial to your body. If you are just eating lentil because it's part of the package, because it's analyzed that it has protein, this is not right. We need really to look, to analyze, and if we have only lentils, maybe it's what we have available to secure that we have the food system working in a holistic approach, then we need to make sure that demonstration, how to prepare, the community is well aligned so that they know exactly what they receive, how to prepare, because it's a pity if you go down there in the village to see what the food which we think we have secured them with the package, they are not even utilizing the food. Food has to be utilized. We are even contributing toward food insecurity in the way we are thinking we have secured them. So, like for instance, we have to look at figures don't lie. At the moment, from 2020, the figures has been escalating when it comes to food acute malnutrition, which is at the end indicator at the consumer level. And if we look at that, what are the contributors? Why is it going higher? 2020 report is there. 2022 report is there. And it's indicating that there's even more readmission in the hospital because of acute malnutrition. What is the effect of those? It's ending up giving a burden to the Ministry of Health to spend more. It's giving a lot of issue to Ministry of Office of the Prime Minister. At the end, we are producing people who can't even be able to finish grade 10 and grade 12 because of standing, which is the issue of the lentils you have dished out at the level of making sure that the consumers are provided with the right food.
Dr. Penny, thank you so much for raising that critically important matter. And I'm sure all of us in this room, at least, and those tuned in virtually, have more than enough nutrition for thought. It's something that we need to ponder on as a matter of urgency. Look, Professor Peters, food security without sufficient investment in research and development is not possible, right?
Absolutely. I'm going to say that I am one of the people who does have one of the plans that they were saying they didn't have, and that is the National Program on Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation that gives the research priorities for the country. That one is about to be finalized and leaving our hands. The second thing I'm going to give is the figure that she was talking about. In 2022, Namibia had a 22% acute hunger level. 22%. This is what she's saying, that it's going up. But if you have a look, for instance, and we're 78th out of 125 countries on serious hunger, and this is according to the Hunger Index of 2023, 80% of our food is imported. Agriculture only contributes a little more than 5% to the GDP, and yet this is what needs to feed our people. Now, what are we going to do about it? Let me just say that we released the R&D, the research and development statistics on the investment into R&D and innovation in this country for 2022. And the figures was that the spend for R&D on agriculture was just 20% of the total spend for R&D. And by the way, R&D, we're doing very well. We're third in Africa, 0.73. We've increased tremendously. Unfortunately, most of the investment is from external coming in and from private sector. But if you look at who was spending on agriculture, businesses were the highest spender, 54%. Government only spent 6.6% on R&D in agriculture. This right here is a problem. So let me go on to
very briefly,
what can we
please.
do? What can we do? There are 3,400 researchers in this country. Food security and nutrition features as one of the top priorities, together with water and energy, in the research agenda. We've just released the bioeconomy strategy. The IKS, the Indigenous Knowledge System strategy, is coming. But we've also been issuing research grants, and with AI being one of your game changers, because living in our country with water scarcity, we need to find alternatives and modern ways of agricultural produce, going from how do we look at seeds, crop-resistant, climate-smart sort of produce. We need to increase more into crop production because I think 70% is still on livestock, right? So we need to move to crop production as well. Then what we need to do is when I speak about research, please, I'm not talking about producing papers. I'm not talking about, just master students or so. Research needs to be transformative, impactful, and it needs to be transdisciplinary. Transdisciplinary means there needs to be communities involved. You need to go into a community, go and apply that research, work with that community, and have your private sector involved, because you need to ensure also sustainability of that research and research results. I'm coming. But we don't have enough money, but I am not going to complain because we raised, despite the small budget, 33 million last year. And you know what? Private sector is coming on board with NCRST. Internationals are coming on board with NCRST. And that 33 million, by the way, we gave it out again to the to the researchers and innovators and the schools for science promotion. But I'm looking at 81 minus myself, that's 80. Public enterprises in Namibia. You know what you can do? You have money available, hopefully, for research. If you don't, you have to set it aside because you also have research needs. And this is how we can hold hands. You give it to us, I take 20%.
That warrants a round of applause.
Universities.
Thank you, Mr. Similo. Thank you so much, Prof. We have time for a maximum of 2 interventions. 1, 2. We've got it covered. Yes. The rest of you, please be peaceful.
Thank you so much. My name is Ziggy. I think my concern is more on the corporate. Is there enough funding to fund crop production in the country? We have enough vast land. We do have the scarcity of water, but there are places where there is water. But I think the funding and the money to turn that sector around, to me, is the problem. We're more in the livestock, but not on crop farming. Maybe of a comment more than a question.
Okuhepa, we've got the second person covered. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hubertus Ham, Chair of the Namibian Agronomic Board. I think we wanted answers. We have a lot of plans in the country. We don't need more. In terms of the answers, one thing, without subsidization of electricity or a farm electricity rate, we will not have irrigation, we will not have food security. Point number 1. Point number 2, we have got enough access to water, but we've got very simplistic rules that are wrong, I think, in the country. Take example, Hadab Dam. We've got land rights linked to water rights, which do not allow for efficient irrigation of water. If land rights were split away from water rights, you would make more efficient use of water. We're currently doing flood irrigation. it is 60% less effective than irrigation with pivots or with drip irrigation. But why do we do that? Because the water right is linked to the land right. If you disconnect it, you will actually be able to irrigate much more land with the same amount of water because you will use effectiveness. Last point, integrated regulatory framework. As the NAB, we're only responsible, for instance, for certain parts of the value chain. If you don't integrate total regulatory framework on the entire value chain, it doesn't help if you mandate to seeds are regulated somewhere else, then fertilizer, then somewhere else, then water, somewhere else, then other parts of the value chain. That needs to be in one hand to support production. Thank you.
I believe we'll hear from Agribank whether or not we have funding available.
Yeah, no, thank you, Rafael Karoye from Agribank. And maybe before I put my question, just a response to the previous speaker asking whether funds are available to be able to do crop production. And I can attest that we do have funds available in this country. I seriously believe that the challenge that we have is more on management rather than the resources and empowering individuals to actually be able to produce. My question goes back to the government, and I'm not sure whether Madam Shomeni would be able to respond to that. And that is just to say, currently we spend quite a bit of money on drought relief response on every year. We know that Namibia is drought prone. We are going to have this drought coming in for years to come. So I think planning is of essence here. And the time will come, and I think this year, if I'm not mistaken, from the first case, we spent about $1 billion on drought relief distributed into different institutions. So the question is, I'm aware of an institution called the African Risk Capacity. African Risk Capacity is a product of the AU, and its main purpose is really just to do disaster risk management and to allow participating countries to actually contribute almost like a premium, where if a disaster strikes, you actually get a payout from that kind of arrangement. It's an initiative of the AU. I'm not sure that Namibia has ever considered something like that, because you may end up spending 200 million and then at least get a payout of $1 billion, rather than just looking for $1 billion when you most definitely don't have it all the time. Thanks.
But the fact of the matter is Agribank has money. Ladies and gentlemen, we each have 30 seconds to respond and round up. No more than 30 seconds per person, starting with Professor Peters. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's absolutely correct that we need to have like an integrated approach to everything, and enabling regulatory framework is so important, right? If you also look at what we are doing, for instance, NCRST, I don't know whether anybody except NAB knows that NCRST is actually the regulator for GMOs. So your permits for GMOs you get from us, and we do the inspections and the testing, etc. So we work very closely with them. But I think it needs to be more integrated. We need to look across the value chain of what needs to be done. And as I said, it is true that crop production is lagging. I just want to go quickly, and that's my final note on this. If we look at what at least UNAM and NAST are doing, it is so amazing, but it needs to be upscaled. It cannot remain with them. I looked recently at NAST. They had like these greenhouses that's completely automated. Now, this is at a small scale, but then I'm comparing at UNAM, the big sort of greenhouses that are there, and I'm comparing at some of the commercial farms that I'm seeing, and I'm wondering, okay, how do we upscale from here to there? Because that's exactly what we need. So please come on board, give me some of your dollars. I only take 20%, and I give it out to the university, and I make the whole value chain flow, and we make food security something realistic within Namibia.
Thank you so much, Prof. You used 90 seconds. 30 seconds per panelist. Thank you so much.
I'll try to use 30 seconds. We basically really need to coordinate. coordination is needed. We are all here, and each one of us has a responsibility from here. We should speak to each other. We should have strategies which are answering each other's question so that we can make Namibia a food secure country. And from the university, like now I'm wearing the hat of a university, we provide higher education, of course, but a lot of people are failing to understand that we do research, and this to translate the research outcome is left out. We need also from our country level to have an innovation technology transfer which is very strong. So basically, amount of money should be put aside to start that sector. And you will see, according to our budget in the coming year, that we are prioritizing that. Because that is the way how to translate the research output.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Doctor. Thank you so much. Madam Edie?
Yes, thank you. We all know that Namibia is the driest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. And we must make use of the rivers, perennial rivers that we share with other countries. This means we must utilize our share in that water, in those rivers, so that we can irrigate. Drought is here to stay. It has been coming for many years. So the way forward is really to move to irrigation. We must make proper investment in irrigation for smallholder farmers and middle farmers. Those are around the canals and along the riverbanks. I so submit.
Thank you so much, Madam Edie. Dr. Mwazi?
Thank you. There are one or two things I would like to highlight.
Within 30 seconds.
I hope so. I think, as our chairperson has indicated earlier on the issues that needs to be done, I think one critical aspect is the implementation of the Seeds and Seed Variety Act, because it protects and at least it bridges the gap of having certified seeds that needs to be utilized, because otherwise there are so many companies that is bringing seeds that might not be viable within our climatic condition. The next one is also to say, I think as a country, through the Ministry of Agriculture, we need to sign through the international International Union on Protection of Varieties of different seeds or cultivars, because most of the breeders that we always engage are hesitant to bring in these adaptable cultivars in the country because there's no regulation that protects them. The next one is, which I'll touch, is also to say, the challenges we have faced when it comes to the green scheme needs to be addressed. I think the Honorable Minister of Finance is there. The green schemes has the capacity to produce enough that can at least assist us, but I think it requires full funding for it to operationalize, because one of the challenges that we have observed when it comes to that is the inputs, the seeds, the fertilizers for the green schemes are arriving in January, Feb. The production starts in October, which is very late. Maybe the procurement act could be somehow they could be exempted to have access to early inputs to do that.
For greater alignment. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes. Then the last one is on the financial matters. I think Agribank, as Dr. Karwahe has been speaking, is that if we are to develop these 22,000 hectares for us to align to become self-sufficient, it means Agribank also need to come up with financial packages that is aligned to infrastructure development, production, and marketing, because without that, we will always be finding it difficult. A lot of people have access to land, but don't have access to finance to start up this production.
Thank you so much.
The last one.
Sorry, sir, you said that was your last one.
Just the last one.
You said that was your last one already, sir.
Just an announcement from the NAB to say, the NAB has availed 19 million that we are going to subsidize recovery in terms of drought to the farmers, just to assist on that as part of corporate social.
Thank you for the public service announcement. Thank you very much. Yeah. The ED for Agriculture, Land and Water Reform has sought for condonation for additional 10 seconds, which I've granted to her.
Yeah, thank you very much, because the Minister of Finance is here and we are live streaming. He has actually given us an exemption to procure farming inputs. And since the last summer and this winter crop, we have actually planted on time. I just wanted to make that correction.
That's an important clarification. Thank you so much, Madam. Mr. Misika, 30 seconds, please.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to keep 30 seconds. One, with AMTA, the current silo storage that we have in the country is inadequate. 22,900 metric tons. When you consider the 800,000 people that are vulnerable as assessed by OPM, and you consider the figure of 340 grams per day per person, can only feed that 800,000 people for 2 months and 24 days. That's totally inadequate. If the borders close, we are in trouble. Even if we are to import, let's import and having capacity to store so that our people can save. Number two, on the issues of funding agriculture, government alone cannot do it. We need to ensure that, one, there are targeted credit schemes by Agribank and Development Bank of Namibia that target the whole value chain, input supply, mechanization, and trading and marketing. If those are not there, agriculture will never ensure food security in this country.
Thank you so much.
The last one, there should be an arrangement between Namibia Reinsurance and the government to come up with a crop and livestock insurance scheme. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lukonga.
Thank you, moderator. As I indicated that we have access to assets, we have access to farms, and these assets and farms are available for investment and for production, but not for experiment. We do not want investors who are coming to us and say we want to experiment this or we want to do research in that corner and so on. We have access to farms, access to assets, and those assets are available for us to produce, not to experiment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He just used 20 seconds. Madam Shihomeni, you have the final word.
I think very good input that has come out. One, I think we need to re-engineer the agriculture sector. We need to re-engineer the agriculture sector and then unpack the value chain and the value system. I think we've been doing it on an ad hoc basis here and there, different plans, different approaches. If we were to sit down as a country, lock ourselves in a room for a week and re-engineer the whole agriculture sector, we probably might get it right. Number two, I do think we also need to look at also the Namibia is a country that is not producing most of its own things. I mean, we are one of the few countries that are not producing seeds, we are not producing fertilizers, and I don't think we can continue in perpetuity. So we do need to start opening up that sector. If need be, maybe another new public enterprise to work on that thing. So, but we need to look at the sectors where there is no market, where the market need to be opened up faster. And I think seed and fertilizer is some. Lastly, on the, we talked about the insurance. I mean, we also, a lot of people are wondering, why is drought still a national emergency in this country after a combined years of almost 20 years after independence? So definitely there is a need for us to start, and I feel pity for my minister, because when we go to the budget, we discuss, we allocate, and then boom, drought come. The 800 million has to come from somewhere. We cannot continue at that pace, and I think an initiative has started already, where Namibire, Nastria, and I think with Namfisa, they are already into discussion around creating this agriculture insurance. And I think what needs to be done is to really be accelerated, so that maybe comes end of this financial year, that package is already finalized, because we cannot continue to fund disaster from the national budget. I think it will just to bring us challenges. And I think from this discussion, I think my take is that we do need to have another session with the Ministry of Agriculture, with the other public enterprises, and also see how we can synchronize and come up with a coordinated approach in terms of especially those that are in the key sectors of food security.
Thank you so much, Madam. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, distinguished captains of industry, after all things said and done, if we are an honest people, and I believe that we are an honest people, none of this would be possible. We wouldn't be able to transmit and communicate these ideas, these innovations, these plans, without the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. So I think let's give the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation a massive round of applause. I agree, time was certainly not on our side, but we did manage to cover good ground, but this warrants a follow-up session. Are you able to please give the panel a massive round of applause? And on that note, I'd like to hand the microphone back to our distinguished and competent Director of Proceedings, Dr. Felix Musukuvili. Dr. Felix.
Thank you very much. We are not going to take any break. If I can only ask the high table to revert back. I'm not sure if that is possible, or we will continue to present from that end. Chair, if you can guide me, we can continue from that side. Thank you. So the agreement is that we will continue from that end. I want to please beg for your indulgence. We should have concluded at 12:45, and it's now 13. So protocol dictates that you can't leave if there is a highest office. So please, if you can make arrangements in terms of what you should have done from now up to probably around 2:30 there from my estimation. So, but we will try to be quicker. I'll try to influence, except for the VP. Madam Nangula will try to summarize her speech. Honorable Ipumbu will also very much summarize. He doesn't normally read. I see him just talking. So he will also try to summarize and then introduce the VP. My colleague Rosalia will really summarize. So, yeah, so I think what was critical, colleagues, we just chose 2 sectors. It's not that we sidelined other sectors. It's critical to appreciate that the transport sector interlink with food provision and production. Without transport, you can't bring in the inputs, you can't deliver the goods. So it's all forms of transport. Having said that, I would like to invite Madam Nangola Hamnyela to come and deliver a short speech on the role of effective board of public enterprises. And she literally has not more than 5 minutes. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. I was told to be effective, I guess, with time. This has been a very good and positive engagement. I can feel the positive energy in the room, and it's very encouraging. I'm not going to bore you with regulatory framework about PEGA, about code of ethics, but I'm going to talk more from my experience as a board chair. Now, the board, we all know, is there to set the strategic direction for the public enterprise and review the progress on a regular basis. That's really the role of the board. Now, there are certain factors which really make sure that the board plays an effective role. And one of the most important things that I've found in my experience is to have a mixed skill of individuals on the board. Mixed skill not only in terms of knowledge and in terms of skill, but also mixed in terms of generation. Like you have older board members, you have the new generation just for capacity building. Now, the information architecture. As a chair, I'm very pedantic about what I receive from the management. I want to have, on a regular basis, financials. I'm a financial expert, so I love to have financials. And I don't know how any other organization can function without reviewing management accounts on a quarterly basis. It's just not possible. And another, it's that the check mark is that we need, as a board, you need to be involved in designing exactly how you want to receive the information that you receive on a quarterly basis. In terms of structures, the independence of board members is crucial, but so is their structured access to the right individuals in the form of board committees. Now, board committees are very, very important because a board cannot just sit on a quarterly basis and review all the information. You need those committees like your audit, your human capital, your sustainability, which is now the key focus, to be there to interrogate very key strategic issues on finance, on sustainability, on risk management. Those are the topical issues now. We are now dealing with ESGs. We are dealing with SDGs. We don't operate in a vacuum. We have to operate also within our own national programs, like the NDP, the Vision 2030, the Harambee. We need to incorporate all that in our objectives as a board. What about group dynamics? A lot have been said about dysfunctional relationships between either boards or boards and management. Dynamics are fundamentally linked to the culture of the board. Dysfunctional dynamics such as lack of trust, role overlap, etc., sets a board up for governance failure. Governance is enriched by the director's difference in opinions and constructive dissent, because you can't be in a board meeting of 5 people and you are all doing. It's not possible. You are going to have the dissent. It's how you deal with that dissent that matters. And now we have a selection process. I think we have talked about the selection process. Why are we seeking for board seats? Why do we want to sit on boards? Is it because of financial returns? Is it because of the sitting fees? Or is it really because we want to contribute and make a positive impact on that public enterprise? So any objective that does not place the will to save at the forefront may be a precursor to future challenges. So as a board, somebody sitting, I see there's a lot of fellow chair people here. We must really have the heart to serve. At the heart of why we are there, it's for us to serve. Is it ideal to appoint ex-employees to serve on boards? Now, Namibia is a very, very small community. And the skill set is also very rare. Now, you find yourself where you have the roles being flipped. I was a CEO or a executive in a certain SOEs, and then 5 years down the line, I come back as a board, as a director. And then you find that if your heart is not in the right place, you are there to settle scores. That's one of the things that causes sometimes dissent. But I believe that if an individual is focused with the correct experience, acumen, and expertise, it could be invaluable. If you have been in operations and now you are at board level, your focus, your experience could really add value to that board. But if you are there to settle scores, then you are missing the plot. Experience and maturity, it's very important. Immaturity is what is causing a lot of dysfunction, a lot of tug of war between management and boards. And also when people are not clear about their roles. And when expectations are not set clearly, because I believe that if you are having a dysfunctional relationship, the board is the leaders. I place the blame squarely on the board because the buck stops with you. If you are not setting the right tone, there is going to be dysfunctionality. So as a leader, unfortunately, I really am putting the blame squarely on board leadership. I'm not now saying management should not be playing their part. We must all play our part. And it's also about strong board chairperson. They are very important in maintaining the effective functioning of the board and the relations between board and management. Chairpersons should be able, without fear nor partiality, to advise and correct misalignments whenever those occurs. It is the role of the chairperson to correct any of those misalignments. And of course, the board need to have continuous learning for them to be effective. The board dynamics, I've talked about it, an element of trust. There need to be a trust relationship between boards and management. And then respect. The boardroom should be ideal ground for intellectual discourse where debates are held in a respectful manner and different ideas are accommodated. We need to accommodate each other. The common adage, do unto others as you would want others to do to you. That applies here. The manner and the tone of communication. There is this thing that I'm the boss here, and I'm just going to talk anyhow I like. That is not going to go down well with many people. And what new competencies are or should be demanded of board members? It's establishing a boardroom culture of respect, transparency. It fosters innovation by creating a space where honest opinions can be shared without hesitance. This practice welcomes conflicting arguments that in turn shape direction and ultimately produce a powerful shared vision. Board members should be willing to not only voice their opinion, but also engage with the opinion of others in order to avoid common boardroom biases, such as groupthink. Effective and efficient board members see diversity of thought as an opportunity to engage with new ideas and possibly challenge the status quo. However, this might not always be comfortable, but we need to challenge the status quo. I'm not going to bore you now with this academic thing, but I'm not going to leave the podium without beating the drums of Namport. Let me beat the drums because I'm sure that example might just also guide you. Due to COVID in 2020, 2021, we were in a negative. It means our bottom line was, I think, minus 124 million. Repaying loans, doing all sorts of things. At our strategy session of 2022, we set a BHEG goal of a bottom line of 500 million, $500 million. And then the management were saying, this board must be smoking something. That goal is just not doable. And we went at it. We looked at the culture. This thing that culture eats strategy for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. If the culture is not correct, forget about those BHEG goals. Now, what drives the culture is those values that you debate among yourselves for half a day. What's going to be our values? Care, committed, whatever. But those values drive your culture. But how does it drive your culture? You need to make sure that you actually live the values. That those values are actually people in organizations from the cleaner to the CEO's office. They know what care means. They know what committed means, and they live that value. Then the culture that you set will be correct one. Now, coming back to Namport. In 2022, we said we want 500 million bottom line. Last year, the financials of 2023, we achieved 400 million. This year, we are going to 2024, we are going to achieve we have achieved 600 million. So, and that is done by setting the strategy, by overseeing that strategy, by being pedantic about the figures, by identifying what has gone wrong, what sector has gone wrong, and how are we going to pivot? How are we actually going to turn that around? It's not only about the whats, but the hows are very important. And that's how we managed to turn that situation around. And I must thank my team. Hippie is here. Hippie is the marketing arm of the port. And his role is to ensure that we get bulk cargo from the region. Now, he did drag me along to one of his corridor inspection trip, and I drove the entire Zambia from Livingstone up to the border in Kasumbalesa. And it was an eye-opener. And today, I think we grew that cargo, bulk cargo, by 34% hippie, and that was really the guy that was speaking here, Elias. He's responsible for bringing business to the port. He does not sit here at home. If I find that he sits in Walvis Bay for 2 months without going out, then I know something is wrong. He must be out there looking for business. Namibia port is a port that competes with a lot of other ports. Now his role is to make sure that we get international cargo. And I said they must be joined by the HIP with the operations executive. Because if he brings cargo, we are inefficient, we cannot handle that cargo, then we are also losing the plot. So when Elias travels, he travels with the ops guys to make sure that whatever he promises there, because salespeople are very talkative, they promise a lot of things, that the guy, Richard, will say, Elias, but we can't do that. We have this and this that's not in place. So I'm very proud of my team. I'm very proud of Hippie and team, Elias, Andrew, and everybody. What else? Nothing else.
Thank you, Madam Nangula. I've declared earlier my conflict of interest that I worked under your leadership. I was a former employee of Namport, and I know the story she's telling. I think one thing that I can quote from her speech is that the boardroom should be a place of intellectual discourse and not a place of a tug of war. Because if it becomes a place of tug of war, then there will be disintegration. So without saying too much, I would like to invite Honorable Shimi to deliver her note, and also, to deliver his note, and then also to introduce Her Excellency, the Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Comrade VP, And the chair, I see he's still busy talking to Menangula, exchanging some notes there. Let me stand on the protocols that have been established already by our able Director of Proceedings. He has already conditioned me because he said I must not come and read. So I had my speech there, so yeah, so I had to leave it there. Well, I was told to talk about the macroeconomic picture in the country, how the economy is doing. But I believe we all have a picture, and therefore I don't really need to spend a lot of time on that. Suffice to say that, well, the economy has improved. Starting in 2022, we know we have gone through a very, very difficult year, a difficult period. But starting in 2022, things have started to improve. All the engines of growth have come back. Mining is doing much better. Tourism has improved. And that has got knock-on effects on other sectors. So we are also starting to see some positive outcomes in construction, although still moderate. We're starting to see the financial services doing well. But it doesn't mean that we have to relax. Development, it's possible, but needs a lot of hard work. And I'm happy that we are all here, and we play a very, very critical part in unlocking development opportunities. But it needs hard work and coordination, as we have talked before. We cannot continue to rely on the old engines of growth. That is going to give us growth, but not enough growth to employ the people we need to employ, because that's one of our challenges. And we need to face that challenge heads on. Fortunately, as government, we have identified, or we have developed what we call a diversification strategy. So that strategy is there. So I have heard us talking about plans here. I think we have a lot of plans in Namibia. What we need in Namibia is execution. We need jockeys that are going to execute. No more plans. So we need to execute what we have. And that diversification strategy is looking at, where do we have opportunities? And some of the discussions that we had here before have identified those opportunities. In agriculture, for instance, we have identified opportunities. We have identified opportunities in mineral beneficiation, but also in the production of things like chemicals, things like pipes. Namwater uses a lot of pipes. Some of those pipes can be used in Namibia, can be produced in Namibia, but these things need coordination. Not only coordination between the coordination among government entities, but coordination between the private sector and government, because we need to work together to identify the constraints and remove those constraints. And I'm happy that Nangula is here. Is she still here? The other Nangula, not the. Okay, I think she has left. She has left. So we have, as government, we have established some specific teams that are looking into some of those sectors, what we call a productivity task force. This is a new concept that we are experimenting with. And the idea is really a dialogue between the private sector and the government to try and identify the constraints and identify who is also going to run to remove those constraints. Many times it will be government, other times it will be the private sector. But that dialogue that takes place on a consistent basis, we believe is a way to diversify the economy and unlock new activities that is going to create more employment. So we have one in the horticultural sector. We have one in the mid-value chain. We have one in the, I'm going to report you now to the VP. We have one in the creative sector that you are sharing. And she's very passionate about the creative sector. So I told her Epson is the one leading that task force. We have one in energy, because we can talk about development, but if we don't have affordable energy, we will not be able to develop. So I wanted to give you that picture. So the second part, or the part of the things I was asked to do, is to talk about what's the role of the SOEs in contributing to the development agenda. Now, many of you are in industries where you provide critical public goods. I have already talked about energy. Without energy, without power, we will not be able to develop. We can't attract industry. We can't do all the things that we are saying we want to do in agriculture. So if we are not fulfilling our mandate, it means we are failing development. So that's a role we need to play. Our role as public enterprises is to make sure that we deliver on our mandate. Your mandate is to deliver roads, Mr. Ipinge, to fund the roads, and the fund is not well managed to fund roads, then we are failing development. If your mandate is to provide telecommunication services, and you are failing in your mandate, you are failing development. So I don't want us to look very far. We must start to look at the basics and say, why were we established? And are we providing that critical service or that critical input that we need in development? That's really where we need to start. So that's really your mandate. So I don't have to lecture on that. Last year, I think when I had a talk with a similar gathering, and I believe most of you were there, we were talking about what does it take to deliver on your mandate. We talked about, so Menangula here has already given you the script. I only want to add one thing to Menangula. Apart from the how, but I think she also touched on it. It's who you have on the team, and I will come back to this one. It's who is on the bus. So in terms of hiring, in terms of starting with the boards, in terms of, that's now our responsibility. And we also have a lot of homework to do at the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises because our house is not completely in order when it comes to ensuring compliance of public enterprises, appointing board members. We have a lot of work to do. But I think we are making progress. We are making progress, but we need to do that. So in terms of selecting the team at the board level, but also then in terms of selecting who is going to be the CEO, who is going to be in the management, who is going to be your staff. She talked about the culture, the right culture here. That's very, very critical. So if we don't do that, you will not be able to deliver on your mandate. I gave you an example of my soccer team, so how dysfunctional we were. Today I'm going to end again because the chairperson is limping because he was playing soccer. I'm going to end with some lessons I have learned in soccer again. So just brace yourself for that. I'm coming there in few minutes. So that's really the winning formula. It's to make sure that who is on the bus and the person who is on the bus is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Because that's where we are missing the point. We do not ensure that we create a culture of execution in our institutions. We are doing well. I think in many instances, I think I have had a very good positive picture here from the chairperson, from Benangula. I think we need to build on that momentum, all of us. And then many of us are, we are part of that momentum. So we need to build on that momentum. Can't say more on that. So let me now give you my 3 lessons that I learned from the soccer tournament. Last year, I told you how dysfunctional the team was, but it has, you still remember, won how many times now? 3 times. That time it was 3 times. Now, this year, we almost lost our glory. It was not this year, it was actually in December last year, 2023. We almost lost our glory. Why? And I want you to pay attention to this one. So we failed to see that the environment has changed. So what happened last year? So usually we have teams around about 20. Last year it was more or less the same. But what changed last year, the environment changed. Mr. Robert, what is his name again? Shimoshili was appointed or was elected to be the president of the Premier League. Now, he used to participate in the tournament, but the year before he wasn't there. But unfortunately, he was always beaten, and he was always beaten by Ipumbushimi. So you can tell him that he knows that. So, but last year, he became the president of the NFA, and then he came to take revenge, but he was well equipped. He was well equipped, because now he's the president of the NFA. He managed to steal few of my players, because when he talks to them, they listen to him, because he's the president of the FNA. So he came with two teams. And of course, they beat all the other teams, including my senior team. Were beaten twice by that team, by his senior teams. But unfortunately, his junior team was a bit weak, so I also had two teams. So the strategy was that, okay, we know that because he came with the whole blue water. And because he comes from the coast, the whole blue water, which is a Premier League team, basically came. And plus few of my players that he stole. Then the strategy was that okay, so we're not going to win this tournament. The senior team is out. The junior team can't beat his senior team because these are just young boys. They are not in the Premier League. So that is one lesson that I want us to take note of, that you must always read your environment. When it changes, if you don't respond, it's going to affect your results. And that this is true for business, and this is true, even Comrade VP, for politics, you and me. Politics, we must always, scan the environment and see how things are changing. Now, to complete the story, Mr. Robert Shimoshiri did not win the tournament, even with his Premier League players. I could have given you all the details, but I don't have time. The truth is that he was beaten by my junior team, which does not have a Premier League player. Why? This is the second lesson. So, went to the finals. So they underestimated that these young boys. They thought, we have beaten all the big teams, even the senior teams of Ibumbushimi. So this one we're just going to beat. So I think they went to party the night before. When they came back, so because we had already prepared ourselves psychologically that we are happy that we are in the finals, but we are going to be beaten thoroughly. So the game started. In the first 5 minutes, the young boys scored against Mr. Shimoshiri's team, Premier League team. And 10 minutes after that, they scored again. Then his team became very disoriented, to such an extent that they became very rough. One of them was given a red card. To cut the long story short is that he was beaten 4-0 by people who don't play in the Premier League. Okay, now what is the lesson? The lesson is here. First of all, scan the environment. Secondly, arrogance of success. We must be careful about it, because sometimes we think we are winning all the time. We become very arrogant, and we don't do our best anymore. The third is that he had all the best players, but it's not only about having the right skills. It's also about teamwork. So these skillful people could play, but they were not playing as a team. So that's why they were beaten by these young boys. So that's the lesson that I wanted to leave with you. Again, we still won, but it's the junior team that won this time. It's not the senior team. The senior team was decimated completely. So that's the message I wanted to leave with you. I'm happy that we are going to work together as a country. I believe we are making progress. I like what I see, and I believe there are even bigger opportunities in the future. But we all have to work together. Now, I'm not the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker is our VP. The keynote speaker, although she doesn't like that, is our VP, who doesn't need any introduction to you. She has been in the leadership of Namibia since the young age. She was in the Youth League of SWAPO, when she was still underage, I believe. And of course, SWAPO sent her everywhere. She was a representative of the party in Tanzania. And of course, when the country became independent, she was a minister in various ministries, including the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Environment, Foreign Affairs. Yeah, she was a deputy there. And the rest is really, she has got a long career. So I don't, for the sake of time, I don't have to tell you her career path because you all know that. Comrade VP, please come and talk to your people.
Please be seated. Thank you, Comrade Minister of Finance and Public Enterprise. You see, this week has been one of my best weeks because I've been really being introduced into formats which I like. You know, for many years, I've been the chief of protocol in the country, but I must tell you, protocol sometimes can kill a lot of time. So now the two events of this week, protocol was not very much there, but efficiency was there. What I've learned, on Monday, we had this program of NALFEM. It's a, Nal is a lion, lioness in Swahili. And the program was, you have the keynote speaker. And I was told that I was going to be the keynote speaker. And then they told me, as a keynote speaker, you don't need to prepare anything, but you are the keynote speaker. So when I went in the room, it was a panel. I was a panelist. Now, as a keynote speaker, your keynote speak is just through questions coming from the floor, and the floor was as big as the floor today, that some questions came from Nigeria. So at the end, they say, you have now finished answering questions. Can you open the conference? So after the panel, you answer questions, then you say, thank you. Now, NALFAM conference is now open. Now, today I'm here. I'm told I'll just come and listen. It's what I was told. The chief executive officers of the palace titles are the ones who are going to talk. For you, it's just to listen and no statement that you are going to make. When I arrived is when I was given the program. Then I looked in the program, there's agenda item 10, and it's how public enterprise can be reformed to effectively support the economic revolution in Namibia. And it is going to be introduced by a person who has never been told that he's going to introduce. He just read it here that by Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic. Colleagues, I'm here to talk about how we can reform public enterprises in order for them to support the economic revolution. I have listened to the discussions, starting from the welcoming, and to the introduction. Now, the introduction has really taken me to think, particularly as a human being, we all make mistakes. None of us can claim that you cannot make mistakes. We all do make mistakes. The danger is only that if you make a mistake, and unfortunately, you are not able to recognize that you are making a mistake, or you are not ready to accept that mistake. But the best is to accept the mistake, and then you should make all the efforts to correct that mistake. And that's why, for me, I say the issue only become a mistake if you are not ready to correct the mistake. Having been in this system, I know exactly why the state-owned enterprise were established, particularly those were departments in different ministries. You know yourself that at the time of Namibia's independence, some of your enterprises were departments. And the biggest department in this country was the Department of Works. And many of you have come from that department. And the purpose was, first and foremost, is for these important activities to be delinked from too much bureaucracy so that they can be run in a manner that they will be able to speed up the economic transformation of our country from the colonial economy to an economy that is going to serve the Namibian people. Two, the whole idea was also to reduce pressure from the Treasury so that the focus of the Treasury could be on the social sectors, which are very critical. And that's why, if you might recall, at the time of our independence, we identify 3 priorities, namely education, health, and housing. And of course, agriculture also came in. And why we have to bring in agriculture is because from the word go, our founding president has been telling us that a nation that cannot feed itself will never be respected. So that is the background how you came about. Unfortunately, many of you fail to address the mission that you were given. However, in the process, we appreciate that you have now realized the mistake and you have started to correct those mistakes. That's what the chair of your association has informed us. And that's why we can say you'll be forgiven for the mistakes you have made, But now that you have started this road, there should be no forgiveness. You must really, really work in accordance to your mission, in accordance to your mandate. I was glad to see the focus of today. And you know, when you say that our passing president always used to say, a leader you dream, and then those who are there, they implement. Where I'm coming from, which is the diplomacy or international relations, we always believe that a statement of a leader is a directive. For you who are there listening, from there, you go out and say, we are told to do this. How are we going to do it? And that's why you see most of the time, leaders might repeat the same thing, though saying it in a different way, because wants that to remain the focus. I have been very clear as one of the national leaders in this country on the importance of agriculture. And truly, when we talk about agriculture, we are not just talking about food security, but a big component of food production has to come there, because that's the only way you'll be able to feed yourselves. The two sectors that you have identified this morning to the afternoon, which is the transport sector, as well as the food security sector, definitely they comprehend one another. You might recall sometimes back, when I was a Minister of Women Affairs and Child Welfare, I brought in the idea of the gender budgeting. And deliberately I asked that the Ministry of Works and Transport should be the first ministry to embark upon on gender budgeting. I was asked the question, how do you link the gender budgeting to the Ministry of Works and Transport? I say that is the key when we have really to put in clear context the whole issue of gender budgeting. I said women are the main producers in the agricultural field. And women, they need to take their produce to the market. And if there's no road infrastructure, how do they go to the market? I would therefore want, as the Ministry of Works are planning their budget, are planning their road, master road, they will be able to tell us, this road you are putting up, how many women who will be able to take their food to the market. And that's why our master plan, if you might recall, we tried to start at the northeastern part of our country. Why? During the struggle, we all had a password that Katima Mulilo, or Caprivi, yes, Caprivi, will be the bread basket of Namibia. Now, why, if it's the bread basket of Namibia, we must have the road infrastructure so that that bread that will come from Caprivi, that time, how we were calling it, now it's Zambezi, should reach the market. So therefore, for you to link transportation to food security or to agriculture is very, very important. And now that we have all our national roads, I'm so glad to hear from the Chief Executive Officer of the Road Authority that we are now looking at the rural areas. Also remember, when Comrade Pohamba assumed the office as the president of the country, he said he will focus on rural areas. And the road infrastructure are important for the development of the rural areas. So therefore, what you have discussed here today is the key to our development. A lot of issues have come up. Notable one is the issue of the skill as well as development. I'm also sure that those who have been following my discussions or my statement, I've been emphasizing the point that our training institutions, they must talk to the market. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we are going to train for the street while you can just have your data, your statistics, proudly how many people have gone through your institution, but how many people are employed. So I fully agree with all of you that collaboration and coordination is very important. We must run this country as one. The private and the public sector, we all have a responsibility. Yes, one is fully aware that the private sector, they are profit-driven, while the public sector is to take care of the immediate welfare of the people. But if the people's welfare is not taken care of, the private sector is equal in danger. So therefore, a state-owned enterprise where you have been given a special responsibility to ensure that you have really made a contribution to the economic development of our country, you are put in that positions because of your skills and your knowledge, and you must make use of that skill and knowledge. Service delivery should be the key to everybody, and accountability should really something that we must all respect. And we must try, when you are making people accountable, you are not punishing a person, but rather you are making a person to do what is required. Namport has given us an example on how they reach where they have reached. I'm sure many of you, if you were given a chance, you could also give us your own examples. But the reality remains, we still have a lot to do. And as public enterprises, you have a special role to play in ensuring that the government has delivered the service to the people of Namibia. Yes, questions were asked. When you are applying to be a board member, what is that drives you? Is it maybe the sitting allowance? Or is it because you want really to serve? Earlier on here, we talked about plans which are not there. I want to agree with the minister. We have so many plans. We have so many policies. But colleagues, some of us are not to the task. You sit in that office. You don't even open that book where those policies are. You are simply waiting to blame another person. You are simply waiting to be told what to do. Meanwhile, you have applied for the job in order to do the job. And this attitude, comrades, is not in the interest of our people, and we need to stop it. Otherwise, it will not really be good for us. We come into meetings like this one, not to market ourselves, but really to enrich one another, and from here to do the work. You will not be surprised that 1 year down, we will come here, we will be arguing the same thing. That should not be allowed to us who have committed ourselves to save our people. Back to the food security. The green schemes have been mentioned here. They are very central to my heart and central to the government of Namibia. Yes, there's a lot of talks about how the green schemes are performing. But I just want to know, those of you who are now in the institutions which have a direct bearing to the green schemes, when did you last visit the green schemes? So that you know exactly what is happening on the ground. Because sometimes we can just be pulled by what people are saying, and then we are not going to perform. Let us try to get out of our offices so that we see what is on the ground. When you see, it's better. Somebody commended here the Namibia Airport Company. When we were almost being threatened for that airport company to close down, I was made a chair of the cabinet committee to work with the board and the management. And I'm telling you, that board had made it a point that every time I have a meeting of my cabinet committee, they wanted to be at the airport. Yes, that's where our meetings were taking place. He's here. I don't know how many times he took us to the airport, so that we see things on the ground. It might be considered, maybe it's far to say you are wasting resources, but you are utilizing the resources properly. Last time when I visited the green scheme, that was in March. Of course, I found what I found. We reported, and now we are hearing that even the summer inputs, which are seeds and fertilizers, they are in our green schemes. We are now, the report came from the governor of Kavango East, that the green schemes now are green. I'm going to visit there before the end of the month, just to be assured. Unfortunately, one has to do that. But I'm so happy that the staff there, they are really doing their work. Technology, we must make use of technology. But as we are making use of technology, we have really to make full analysis and see how that technology is going to help us. The other time we were discussing with my staff, when we talk about the social grant support, we are still to come to the ministry. The budget might be long, and I ask her the question, if that budget is big, can we also inform the Minister of Finance what will be the social benefit? Because that will enable the minister to understand what we are talking about. Now, if you spend your money in technology, I believe in technology. How do you manage such a situation? I'm asking this because one time I asked a person who talked about technology, and they say, when you talk about technology, what do you mean about technology? Then the person say, yeah, for example, we have these people who walk around with can spraying malaria. We can just use drones to spray malaria in the villages and places. And then that is technology you are using. Then I say, these people who are carrying the cans, how are they going to get their income? Now you replace their job with a drone, creating jobs in a country where drones are made, and you are making your own people unemployed. And that is going to be a serious social deficit. So that's why when we are introducing the technology, we must really make sure that the technology we are introducing is not going to bring more misery to our people, but rather to take them out of the situation in which they find themselves. And this is what I want as parastatals, as you are now reforming to support the economy. Don't just spend a lot of money on technology, because you want to think technology, and some of the technology you introduce in your institutions, you don't even use them. You just spend money. Yeah, we had this system. You can do this one and this one. You can do this one and this one. You go to another country, you get experts to come and develop the system. 10 million is gone. You use it for one day. You go back to square one. We must know the technology we are introducing is going really to take our people out of poverty, and not a technology that will put our people into poverty. So it is the reform. That is the reform I'm looking for. Appropriate technology. That is what we look for. Finally, yes, that is finally. That's the first time I'm saying finally. We must do our work based on trust. We must trust one another. And the trust can only come when we are honest and faithful to ourselves and to another person. Because as much as one can trust you, and then you become unfaithful, once you destroy that trust, it's gone forever. But we cannot run a country when we do not trust one another. The wrong things we are doing is what is destroying our trust. And that is why Namibia, Africa, if we continue really not to be honest and sincere on the things we are doing, our countries as a continent will continue to be in the circle of poverty because there is no trust. We must trust, trust, trust. But trust must be created with honesty and integrity. If there's no honesty, there can be no trust. And if there's no trust, there can no work. And if there's no work, there will be no development. We are just going to run into circles, and we don't want to do that. Their blood waters our freedom. And their blood waters our freedom because they trust on what they were doing and what they want Namibia to be. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I am going to look for, you see, anyway, I'm a presidential candidate. I have to mention that. And for me, I don't want to talk to Namibians telling them stories. I want to tell them so that they continue to have trust in the government led by SWAPO. You as chief executive officers in the parastatals, you are the employers of the government. You must know that. And whatever you are doing has an impact on how the people see this government. And if we have to fall, we fall together. Yes, yes. So that's why I really want us to make sure that we communicate the things that we are doing in this country. People don't know what we are doing. Agribank, talk about these loans. I'm even happy now you are giving loans which are cholesterol-free for the youth and the women. Let people know and come and get those loans so that they can invest in agriculture. There is no shortage of money in this country. The problem is how we are using the money. Let us agree. The problem is how we are using it. And we must change. Respect, trust. Let the people of Namibia trust us. And they can only trust us when we are doing work with integrity. And serve them. Service delivery. And then the trust of our people is there. People trust us. Trust you. You are not maybe saying SWAPO. You are. You are in the SWAPO. You are serving in critical service of SWAPO. You are senior civil servants. You have to deliver, comrades, and let us bring that trust of our people.
Thank you. We may be seated. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Vice President. Colleagues, I think the message is very loud and clear. There is no need for me to add anything there. I think in the interest of time, if I can please ask for your attention. In the interest of time, if I can call my colleague Rosalia to please come and extend a vote of thanks. By the way, we are also neighbors where our offices are located. I'm just behind her offices. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies. Thank you also for showing the neighborly love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know that we've gone beyond our time, and the Director of Ceremonies has asked me to be quite brief. Allow me then to please stand on the protocol that was established when we opened this event this morning. Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies, for directing this very important event. I would like to deliver the task by first and foremost thanking Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, for indeed delivering a keynote address. Really, it was well delivered. I could see throughout the morning she was really just making notes. And one would mistake that she was reading a prepared statement. But it shows that indeed, Namibia is in good hands. And I must say that it is not the first time that she's attending this event. It is the second time. It shows commitment. When we started off this forum, as a young CEO, I know I'm young still, Then I was younger. Just after my appointment, I walked in a room where we're trying to put together what this forum is today. And when we were electing the committee, EXCO, I realized that the fifth nomination, they had nominated four people. The fifth nomination was going to be another gentleman. And as naive and young as I was, I raised my hand. I said, excuse me, I object. Can we please also have a mix of women in the group? And that's how my association started, because they said, okay, we looked around the room and there were very few women in the room. We were probably only 3. And they said, okay, you are nominated. I didn't know much, but I stood to the occasion. We only had an idea of what it would look like. We knocked on a lot of doors. We visited ministers. And some thought that we wanted to create a union for CEOs. But today, it is fulfilling to stand here and see what it has become, and the potential that it has, and the dialogue, the level, the quality of conversations that we are having. And indeed, I'm satisfied to see that the future is bright. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vice President. Your being here shows your commitment and the value that you actually place on this forum. I would also like to thank Honorable Ipumbu Shimi, Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises. Thank you, sir, for being here today. A lot of public enterprises are under your leadership, and your commitment, your presence here this morning, it shows that we have your support. And indeed, what we started a few years ago, now it is time to actually put it in motion. And with our line minister and the Minister of Public Enterprises supporting us, we will go far. I also wanted to thank Madam Nangula Munyela, the chairperson of NAMPOT Board of Directors, but as the VP called her, the chair of chairs. I must say the biggest challenge we had was setting up the chairperson's forum and ensuring that it is functional. And it is good to see that today in this room, it's not only CEOs, but we also have the chairpersons, we also have board members in the mix. And we can all afterwards evaluate the level of conversation we had here. It is very different. So thank you for your leadership. And we are looking forward to the chairperson's forum meeting, electing EXCO, and ensuring that it also becomes functional, because when we cross-pollinate these two groups, we will take Namibia further. And indeed, we will change the narrative that has been there on the relationship between boards and CEOs. Thank you so much, Madam. Mr. Flaxman Samuel, the chairperson of the CEO Forum and the entire EXCO, thank you so much for your dedication. Those who have been there know that it requires a lot of dedication. It requires your personal time. It also requires your company time, your company resources. And it's only those who are committed, who wants to see change, who will eventually stay. Because not everybody stays, not everybody brings the same commitment that is required to be an EXCO member. Thank you so much. I also wanted to thank Angie. A lot of people don't know Angie. Is Angie in the room? Young lady who makes things happen in her own way. Thank you so much, Angie, for organizing this, for making sure that everything is arranged to the T. And I believe that Angie was not working alone. She had a team that she was working with to ensure that the sound is here, the media is here, that the event receives the coverage that it deserves. I also wanted to thank the colleagues, the CEOs, the MDs, the accounting officers of public enterprises, the chairpersons, and the board members who made sure that this hall this morning is full. It wouldn't have been the success that I believe it is if you were absent this morning. So thank you so much. We took a lot of your time. It's time probably that you would be making money elsewhere, but it's valuable time. It's not wasted. Valuable time spent here. Mr. Denver Kisting, the moderator of the panel, and all panelists who were here this morning. They deserve a round of applause. Our host today, Madam Rebecca Kakololo, Executive Director Acting, NIPAM. Thank you so much for hosting us. I also wanted to thank the media. The media, the role that you play is a very important one, and don't undermine it. Whether it's through your pen or whether it's through the voice, that talent that you were given. So we are grateful that what happened here in this room is out there, that Namibians could follow these discussions. They could see our VP speak so strongly and so passionately about the Namibia that she sees and the Namibia that she believes in. So we appreciate the role that the media plays. I also wanted to thank NamPower. I've been informed that the refreshments that we had that we'll be having today were provisioned by NamPower. Thank you so much. Following in the footsteps of Chairperson, in closing, I'll still come to the conclusion. The African proverb, until the lions have their historians, tales of the hunt shall always glorify the hunter. It has been repeated the whole morning. Our story should be told by ourselves. If we're not going to tell our stories, others will tell it for us or on our behalf. I was reading last night the headlines, and I'm glad that Melouise corrected it about the annual reports. There's other articles in the papers, and being a scholar myself, I've been reading up on the poor performance, mismanagement, corruption of public enterprises that have for so many years covered our newspapers. There are a lot of academic journals, there's a lot of academic papers that have been written on the performance of public enterprises. But I want to invite aspiring scholars, researchers to start writing from today. The environment has changed significantly. And my appeal is that we tell it and we keep repeating it until the narrative has changed out there. Public enterprises have shown resilience, and we can see that, and we have to speak about it. I wanted to steal 2 ideas from Honorable Shimi, that if we all deliver to our mandate, indeed, that's what we're created for, then we'll do what we're supposed to do, and then we'll change, we'll deliver service and goods that Namibia requires. But I wanted to add one more thing, Honorable Shimi. In delivering to our mandates, I want us to find crossroads where our mandates cross, so that we can give that value, we can add value. Melouise was talking about the full value chain. Maybe if we all just stick to our mandates, we won't deliver to the full value chain. But if we find crossroads, we might be able to do that. I wanted to give the example of training. Yes, indeed, there should be dialogue between the training institutions and business. But in addition to that, I wanted to ask business to also come to the party, because there are employees that probably left the training institutions a few years ago. And Honorable Shimi is saying we should see that our environment has changed. Now, when your environment has changed, you don't lay off employees. You train so that they respond to the changing environment. Now, some of our institutions are telling the employees that they are not training institutions. So reconsider that. Train your staff, fund for their training, and thereby we respond to the needs of the environment. Thank you so much. That's what I had this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Rosalia. Can we give her a round of applause? Just a slight change on the program before we stand to sing the anthems. I would want to do the announcement. The first announcement is that on behalf of EXCO of Public Enterprises, our sincere apologies You have heard the VP saying, if you have made a mistake, own it and apologize. So we sincerely apologize for exceeding the expected time. We should have finished at 12:45. I think it's now past 2, so please bear with us. Next time we will try to do better. And I hope they will not remove me because I did not manage the time. Okay, so the other announcement is that, as it was said, NamPower has sponsored lunch, and we want to thank NamPower for that. Let's give them really another round of applause. We struggled to find a sponsor. It was not easy. The chair was on our case. Come on, Felix, let's do something. And eventually NamPower, who was the host, I think 2 years ago, came back on board and sponsored lunch. Once we are done and going outside, we will have to do photo sessions, and it will be done in the following manner. We were trying to look for a space. I'm not sure if the colleagues may have finalized. They were going to brief me so I can make the announcement. We have finalized, right? Okay, so we'll go out and take photos. First group would be the board chairpersons with the VP. Then it will be followed by Exco of Public Enterprises with the VP, and then all participants, all the CEOs and those who are here. I'm sure they managed to find a space that will accommodate all of us. I think those are the few announcements. I'm the commissioner at National Youth Service. We teach people about their civic responsibilities. And you have heard clearly that it's an election year. Please encourage your employees to go register. It's a civic responsibility. That's what we teach at National Service. So let's register for us to be able to. It's not a campaign. I'm not campaigning. I'm reminding you to register to vote. And your vote becomes your choice. And we have heard clearly that we have a presidential candidate among us. So, yes, Nipam, thank you very much. You are one of the people who just recently contributed to job creation for National Youth Service. We have, I think, about 8 guards here. And I want to encourage you, colleagues, if you have that opportunity, please knock on Felix's door. We have the capacity to support you. So with these few remarks, finally we came to an end. If I can now ask everybody, including the VP, that we rise for the AU and the Namibia.
Beloved land.
remain standing while the high table would lead the way.